Good morning, everyone. Welcome back to Data Innovation Summit Day 2, 2024. Apologies for the small delay. We all had a very good time yesterday. A little bit too good, some of us. But we're back for the second day, as is customary. Today we're going to kick it off with Chairman's opening remarks and a couple of other longer talks on the main stage. And then back here in the Data Octagon, or the Data Igloo, as we've so lovingly dubbed it, we'll start off with a product review from Domino Data Lab, and then a product review from SqlDBM, a product that I think is actually very cool. So that one I'm a little bit excited about. We're going to have a panel about generative AI. I don't know who likes generative AI or what it even is, but we're going to talk about it. We're going to have a product review with HP. I think I might help out with that one. If you're interested in cool laptops, gaming, workstations, rendering, AI, doing all that kind of stuff on your own hardware, stick around for that. Then we're going to have a panel on building resilient data infrastructure. That's pretty cool. Another product review with Collibra. And then finally, a product review with Databricks. Looks like there's one more product review after that. So stick around, and maybe you'll learn something about these good tools. Otherwise, I'm excited for the day. Let's see, what else do we have? We have a keynote from Ericsson and Databricks. I hear it. It is beginning. See you around.
Day 2, I hope you enjoyed the after work, after dark, the Data After Dark yesterday, having a Eurovision Song Contest winner diva on stage. Woo! And we were like, oh, is this going to work? I'm not sure you liked it, but there was a lot of phones up there, so that's cool. We're going to launch straight into the second day. And the core theme has been from data to value in the age of applied and generative AI. We use the word spotlight, the stuff we see, but be aware of your blind spots. When you put too much in the spotlight, always look around, what are we not doing? Today, we take us a little bit into this motion. But we are trying to think about blind spot or what is important for the future as well. So a very provocative statement, possibly, we don't know. In the near future, we will coexist and interact with autonomous AI agents. If you read the buzz, if you listen to the doomers, or if you even listen to the optimists, the sort of the Sam Altmans of the world leading the world, the sky is the limit. Jack Welch said many years ago, the secret to success is changing in the way you think. So if we think we're going to have way more AI in different ways in our organization and companies, and we are going to be the ones working on this, will our current setups and organizations work? Will the way we look at people, humans, be the same? So I think we should all recognize that when we do drastic changes, like I use the word autonomous agents, they will impact our workflows. They will impact our norms, values, and practices. Think about this. But the key topic now, how do we now adopt a new narrative? Or how do we get that into our current narrative? How do we make what we are doing, what we are good at, what business we're in, how do we adopt a narrative and organize around this? I think a key topic will become to start thinking about this. And my personal belief is that I don't think you can change this overnight. I think we will need to innovate towards this from where we are. But I think we need to start thinking about what are the principles, what are the ideas on how we think when we do our projects, when we build products. So we start getting an idea of how to tackle the everyday topics. So when we're now mapping an arena with this new narrative, so we have on top, we need to be ready for AI agents in our socio-techniques. We used the word socio-techniques yesterday. The point is we have technology that needs to be used. That usage fits in a workflow somewhere. It fits in people's lives. It fits with colleagues, processes, governance, socio-techniques, the whole thing. The data, the AI needs to fit into this. Now the AI agent needs to fit into this. And we need to have safety first, but we also need to care about the innovation. In my mind, that's the only new bullet on this list. The other bullets on this list, you should already have on the list. Are you thinking about how you're keeping up with the productivity frontier in your industry? Now, if I go to healthcare, if I go to the public sector, we are saying, we have fewer and fewer people working in healthcare, and we need to do the same job. We go to schools, our teachers are not enough. How can we be more productive for each individual kid? Keeping up with the productivity frontier is everywhere. And then, of course, we need to be adaptive and we need to be resilient in the VUCA world. Remember VUCA? Volatile, uncertain, complex, ambiguous. And all of us want profitable growth and effective scaling. And then we come to what I want to talk to you more about today, human agency. So one way to start thinking about how can we be ready for AI agents is to really start thinking about this topic from the human perspective. Have we even reflected about what human agency means? In me as a person, team, unit, function, organization. So what we'll do now, we will explore and get some words around human agency in order to maybe find principles that are agent-based, principles that would work and coexist with agents, whether they are humans or artificial, in order for us to be ready for this narrative. So the very simple idea is then, okay, if we're going to start talking about agents in AI, we damn sure need to start talking about agents and what that means, autonomy, blah, 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 for humans. We need to get human agency right in order to get artificial agency right. So let's start with this. Let's start unpacking a little bit, but what is agent? What is agency? So we start in this room. We're all agents, both as humans and as members in our companies, because we have agency and autonomy. So what is this all about? So one way to define agents are we as individuals coexisting and interacting, cooperating, competing with other agents in a shared ecosystem, creating a lot of feedback loops. So my kids in school, in their class, they're an agent within that class. They want their grades, they want to have fun, they want to learn, but they're coexisting, they're competing, they're good to each other, they're bad to each other. And all this creates them as individual humans. Then we have agency. In simple terms, we can talk about and understand the word agency as purpose and mastery. So agency is about, I have the power to decide what I want to do, and I can realize my decisions. In order to do that, I need to think about what do I want to become in life? I want to become a surfer, by the way. So if I could choose, my agency would be Surf Pro, you know, and then I have to have mastery. I need to be damn good to be a Surf Pro. So I quit that. I find a purpose where I can maybe have a little bit more mastery. And autonomy, the last one. Autonomy is freedom and responsibility. You are responsible for your own survival and for the consequence of your actions and behaviors. So this is the thing. Agent can be summarized, autonomy, agency, agency, mastery, purpose. The kicker here, autonomy in this sense is not anarchy. We are not living alone. We are interacting. What we are doing is impacting. So think about this now when we put AI in this. AI will become a part of this cobweb. In a normal organization, this cobweb is some data, some stuff, a lot of Excel, and then people feedback loops. You know, is Scania as a company world-class because of its structural capital or because of its human capital and how people interact? Does a large enterprises work because of the perfect processes or because people know each other and make things happen? Now, this is going to be with AI in the mix here. So we are searching for principle in this new narrative, and I'm going to give you 3 principles that I think is super important today in how we think about building systems, but they're equally important, I think, to make us ready for AI. The first one, team as agent. The team as the core unit that we can change around. Have a look at this. A new rule of thumb. We want to figure out the team as the agent that can build stuff. What's the blind spot here? When we have teams that are not autonomous, that are very narrow in one task of what they do, so I have a functional organization where we do one task, it kind of means that we have a lot of connections to other functions in the company. The AI agent reflection becomes, you know, those boundaries need to be quite sharp, and we should have sharp boundaries for people. With AI agents in the mix here, we need to have this even sharper, probably. So the streamlined team is the example in the middle here, where we have autonomy, agency, and we need to figure out mastery and purpose. And the streamlined team needs to then have the domain competence, whatever problem they are solving, and some data and AI competence now to manage agents, manage data and AI. If I go to the next principle, how should we put up the purpose? How should we define the purpose of each team now and the agency? And we've summarized these agents boost reachers. So other agents around you are reaching for things to do better things. Especially here in data and AI community, a lot of the stuff we do is there to boost someone else. So if the reachers are struggling for something, we need to make this our main mission. When I work in a platform team, when I work in the team that's going to put the new LLM in place, we are doing it to boost someone else, another team in our company. Let's take the AI reflection on this. We want an AI agent, instead of a team now, to think, how can the AI agent boost someone else? Boost another team, boost me as an individual. The challenge is that sometimes now in our teams, we are very focused on our own efficiency. We are focusing on KPIs and OKRs, how we are better. What happens when you put those KPIs on an AI, that they are focused on getting better and better and better? That's their objective function. Now we need to really think about how we put OKRs, where agents are thinking about making the rest better. Have a look at this. Only 3 things happen naturally in organizations: friction, confusion, underperformance. Everything else requires leadership. So all these things about agency requires us to think about this and steer it. If we look at this now, what I'm talking about, we get the purpose for the agent by thinking about what's the team, who's the reacher I'm trying to boost, and what's the mastery I need in order to get that done. So you put the team purpose very closely linked to whose problem am I solving. I think this way of thinking becomes very critical if this is an AI agent we're building. But I think it should be quite interesting to think like that even with the teams, a platform team boosting a domain team booster a value stream or a certain user. So what we think about now is like, we need to think about the agents, the teams, as a way to answer this question. The reachers, when people find themselves needing to get a job done, they hire products. So now we go to our friends to get things done. If the team is the agent and if we build data, we need to build it in such a way so they can absorb it and adopt it. This is the theory of getting jobs done. Jobs to be done. So now we come to the last principle. And the last principle is product as interface. So productizing dependencies into self-service interfaces will enable us to create agents that can be more bounded, that can serve themselves, that can work within a clear boundary, and this will boost autonomy. So agents are using self-services from other agents. Agents are themselves built in such a way so they have a perimeter so other teams or agents can use them. So you want to understand this coupling in the process. You want to decouple this. If we have a lot of process decoupling, so we talk about the end-to-end value chain, we talk about the end-to-end business process. And it's one team doing a thing, handing it over to the next team. These process couplings, they slow things down. These process couplings make it harder to adapt to new things. So if I look at this autonomy topic now, it's very simple. If the streamline team is what we have in focus here right now, the way we want to think about how we put our work in the hands of the next team is in a way that allows them to do their job as a self-service. This is the productized interface. Now, the scaling comes in here because if we do that well with one boost, that is done in such a way so other reachers can use the same coupling, we don't need to build 3 process point solutions. So this is what we're talking about when we are talking about data mesh, the platform, self-serve infrastructure to the domain teams. We want to build technology infrastructure that can be used by many teams. And then in the value stream teams, we are thinking about how can we serve several different user groups with what we are doing. And of course, then you have the full chain. The streamline teams can get boost from the platform team. So now when we talk about data and Gen AI and data and AI techniques, we can have it very far down in the platform infrastructure, and we can use AI and Gen AI to boost our data governance, our metadata management, the stuff that basically boosts streamline teams. And then we can do it again. The streamline teams, when they build sort of whatever product they're doing, like we had Spotify here on stage yesterday, that's the streamline teams around the DJ, AI DJ at Spotify. It's a team. It's not that big even, we heard. So this thinking about how we draw those perimeters and boundaries is nothing new. This is part of the narrative. This is the underlying narrative to data mesh. It's the underlying narrative to team topologies. It's the underlying narrative to domain-driven design. And this now got a whole lot more interesting if we're going to add AI agents to the mix. So the people who are starting to work with team topology thinking, do more of that. Learn more about those things. How do we have Conway's law impacting what we do? Have you heard about Conway's law? So Conway's law is a researcher in how we build systems and architecture. This is from the 60s, 70s. We can observe that system architecture, a lot of times is a consequence of organization and communication. So if I organize these teams in one way, the systems we build start to look in that way. If I organize it in another way, it looks in another way. So here I'm saying we need to take responsibility for AI. We need to take responsibility for AI safety. Conway's law then states we need to take responsibility for organizing in the right way. if we want to steer AI in this way, the systems we build. So now we talked about how can we capitalize on autonomy to scale. And I believe this is a narrative that is relevant with or without AI. But I think it becomes super relevant now. So summary is to give team agency, boundaries, governance, so they can have autonomy and they can get things done with fewer blockers. On the other hand, if you get that done correctly, master team agency going in this direction, I think will put us in a better spot for managing AI. Being ready for AI. So Peter Drucker said, the greatest danger in times of turbulence is not the turbulence, it's to act with yesterday's logic. We don't know what the logic of 10 years is. But we kind of know the logic here and now, how we build better systems. We kind of have team topologies and other great books out there to learn from. This is what we're talking about here. And with the social technique story and with this story, I want to get everybody to here to feel excited, equally excited about the technology and the social part. How do we organize stuff? How do we organize tech? How do we organize teams? Impact the tech. They go together. With this, I think it's time to end this keynote and start putting up our first keynote speaker, and I hope we're going to have a great day today. I think we put the next one on. Caitlin, come on up.
Woo. Thank you.
Nice to have you here, Caitlin.
Thank you so much.
Caitlin, from Ericsson, we are starting now, so I think it's just ready to go, and you have your...
Great to see everyone. How are you? How are you? Come on, first time of the day. Everyone doing well? All right, there we go. I heard last night was fun. Great, great. So happy to be here. You may be thinking three things. Who is this person? What is she going to talk about? And why should I care? So hopefully I can address those questions. My name is Caitlin Halferty. I am Global Chief Data Officer at Ericsson. You may notice I'm American. Please don't hold it against me. So from San Francisco, living here in Stockholm. Love being here. I have maybe 7 to 9 shots of espresso a day. Love the commitment to engineering and innovation, so it's been fantastic. What I'd love to talk about is a Chief Data Officer perspective. So how do we look at driving data and AI transformation from a CDO side? What can we do to build the data foundation and enable trusted AI at scale? So hopefully I'll share some specific examples of what we've been able to achieve historically and what we are looking forward to achieving next. And then why should you care? Hopefully this serves as some connection points to what you're doing within your own organizations. And hopefully there's some aspirational looking forward as well in terms of new areas that we're exploring and investing in and look forward to scaling. So with that, let me jump right in. Who is Ericsson as an organization? So large global organization operating across 180 countries. We have a robust commitment to research and development. And we also have an extensive patent portfolio with over 60,000 patents. So we continue to maintain a focus of cutting-edge technology, research, and also monetizing that. So what are we doing to deliver that to the benefit of our employees, our clients, and customers around the world? That has helped us be in a position to be a world leader in mobile networks. What does that mean? We continue to be, per external industry rankings, Gartner and others, a leader in 5G. We have 158 live 5G networks deployed and growing. And really why I think that matters is it enables us to partner with our clients and customers to ensure that they're delivering the best service to their stakeholders, so to their customers. So that's why we're really committed to that leadership and maintaining the commitment to delivering innovation that matters. So I wanted to jump right in. Prior to joining Ericsson, I'm a new hire. This is the first time Ericsson has had a global chief data office. So anytime you have the opportunity to build something new, it's fantastic, but it requires quite a bit of stakeholder relationship, negotiation, making sure that you have the right competencies, skills in place. So I draw largely upon previous experience. I was with IBM for 17 years prior to joining Ericsson, and the last 10, I was focused particularly on the role of chief data officer. So basically, I've been researching, analyzing, writing papers, building data offices for about the last 10 years. One of my areas of responsibility was building an AI accelerator organization within IBM. So I'll share a little bit of insights from doing that work. And then also creating blueprints and playbooks. How can we leverage all of the best practices out there as data officers to make sure that we have the right foundation in place to really grow and scale AI responsibly? So I know this chart is a little light on text. I could have put some more words on there, but I'll go ahead and touch on a couple points. And the main point here is that I think it's important to push on 4 main dimensions, and this probably looks familiar to many of you that are responsible for this work. We talk a lot about the data foundation and how do we ensure the data as a service, what's required in order to do that. One key point that I would highlight is your data is your data. Your insights derived from your insights are your insights. And so we spend a lot of time looking at how can we protect data, how can we protect insights. And now I think more than ever as we start to really question and figure out what data are models trained on, what sort of visibility do we have, what transparency, it's so critical to figure out what's going to fit for your organization. So we spend a lot of time on the data side. Of course, the technology, making sure we're making use of latest technologies. So here's some key considerations that we've used to be successful over the years, and we are certainly bringing forward as we scale out our data office. And then a couple other key areas to highlight: the business process transformation. So of course, we ground all of our data initiatives in business impact and making sure that as data office scales beyond the regulatory requirements and meeting what was initially a compliance-related requirement, how are we doing more to enable data sharing in new ways? How are we creating data ecosystems with our partners, third-party providers, our customers? So always looking at ways to look at common data exchanges, both internally and externally, and making sure as we do that, that we are responsible and accountable for transforming all business processes that are within our scope. And then finally, the organizational leadership. So what I like to say is, your top talent, your key contributors, they could work anywhere. So what are you doing to keep them, retain them? My point of view is, are we giving them things that are really exciting, that feel really motivated? There's a sense of scale. There's a sense that we are driving true transformation. We're driving cultural shift. So we invest a lot around the culture side of what we do. And we have quite a number of ways in which we do that. So building and fostering data-related communities at all levels. So one strategy, for example, is having a steering co at the top level. So you have data officer council members that are senior business decision makers, responsible for collecting requirements, driving adoption of central data platforms through the organization. Then you have your data domain managers that know their data so well. And then, of course, the data stewards that sit across the organization. So what are you doing to foster community at all levels? Those are the questions we challenge ourselves with. We keep pushing. We invest quite a bit in data literacy, communications, change, and stakeholder management. So hopefully that gives a bit of a snapshot of how we look at it from a data perspective in terms of playbook and blueprint. So I thought I would highlight an IBM example. This is a point-in-time snapshot. So this is a summary of results. The team went on to do even more after I left. But this represents a 5-year journey for us within the IBM organization in which we stood up a data office that was responsible for driving data and AI transformation within the organization. So we stood up a cognitive enterprise data platform that became the central data platform and drove benefits that you see represented here. And the intent of sharing this slide is to hopefully show what's possible in a data office. This represents, of course, a large organization. And a lot of folks at the beginning told us it's not possible. You know, data resides within regional platforms. There's no way we can bring this together. But we were able to do that and see quite a bit of benefits. So first and foremost, it was around business benefits. What are we doing to make sure that it's not just a science project, but we're driving business benefits? We drove over $1 billion, and that was a combination of both decommissioning, sunsetting legacy systems, investing in new technologies, and driving out new capabilities, as well as monetization opportunities, better insight around customers, better sales, results, et cetera. And then making sure that we have a calculation model in place to show our ROI of return on our transformation initiatives. Making sure that in the beginning we measured our end-to-end cycle time. So within the IBM company at the time, we had 121 end-to-end processes. So think of those: supply chain, HR, finance, procurement. So we measured the time so that as we drove out true change, we could see we were able to do work much faster. So eliminated a lot of the manual tasks, automated a lot of tasks, and showed that improvement. And then data queries, of course, making sure that things that would take months, were reduced to seconds. Achieving GDPR and related compliance readiness, so close partnership with privacy and legal to ensure that we had regulatory readiness in place. And then finally, the central platform that we built out, making sure it had the ability to handle large volume and show that quarter-over-quarter increase. So again, hopefully a picture of what's possible in terms of business outcomes, business benefits, both from the technology side as well as data side. And then just a picture of some of the use cases that we focused on at the time. And again, the intent was to build AI use cases internally, scale them, integrate into product, partner with our customers to deploy in their own environments. So in my opinion, AI-related use cases can span all over the organization. You have to be a bit careful, pinpoint, identify a few, grow and scale from there. So what are we doing within the Ericsson organization? I thought it might be helpful to jump back to our commitment in this area. Again, as I mentioned, it's a new organization. So we partner closely with our colleagues across IT, group function technology, a number of really fantastic organizations that are data-driven, that are driving AI transformation. And first and foremost, we maintain a commitment to the work data office has to do: governance, policy setting, all of the architecture related. And then we're expanding into particular areas that we see there's a need to put additional resource. So security, ethics, risk, partnering with our legal organization. We've really expanded our data ethics team and resources. We think that's an area that we've really got to invest in. And then there's some areas we continue to focus on in metadata, quality. We have a large master data organization that really is responsible for some of the most important data in our organization, our master data. And then, of course, the engineering, the automation, AI, making sure that we have the right skills and competencies in these areas to drive true transformation. And as I mentioned earlier, it all comes down to people and culture. So the literacy and communications, we have a fantastic team that's responsible for building training videos and programs. And we have one of our key results that tracks how many employees globally take our data literacy readiness. And it's not just completing the training in the program. What opportunities are we giving them to apply in their work? Because if you train people in our experience and you don't give them the opportunity to apply the work, they leave the organization. So how do we retain our top performers? So we'll continue to track and measure the literacy related. And I think as a data office, there's a responsibility to really drive data understanding across the organization. And so we'll continue to have a major focus on that particular area. And then what I wanted to do from here is perhaps jump into some specific examples. What are we doing? What are we delivering? What use cases are we focusing on? So just a couple to showcase and highlight. If I jump, it all starts with the world-class data and AI platform. So we are big believers of a federated data management philosophy and want to ensure that we are enabling our regional and geography leads to have access to data in a way in which they need it to be successful. However, there's a lot of data that we want to centralize in order to drive cost as well as better performance and all of the monetization opportunities that exist on the upside. And so we're starting with our data producers, of course, ensuring that lifecycle management is in place. As we move our raw data up the stack, what data assets are we creating that are going to be of value to the business? We're building, deploying in partnership with our colleagues across the organization, our AI and ML models. And then data products has been a really important concept for us. I'm curious to hear if it is for many of you. It's one of our central tenets of data democratization. So making sure we're publishing a robust number of products to the marketplace, making them available to our employees to make use of. And then, of course, partnering closely with information security to make sure we have the right access management policies in place so that we're doing so in a responsible way. And then making sure that we have data exposure and sharing in place. Some of the competency areas I mentioned on the other chart around quality and catalog, some of the access engine capabilities. We want to move from role-based to rule-based. So it's not just role suitability for data access. It's what other considerations and parameters within the framework should we take. For example, how is the data going to be used? Is it going to move geographic bounds? Is it going to be paired with other data? How are certain models going to use this data as they train and we start to test new AI capabilities? So all of the access related that's so critical to doing this effectively. And then finally, the marketplace. So we have a catalog and a marketplace, and we really want to create a culture where employees feel empowered to access the data they need when they need it in a way that's trusted, and make sure we're expanding that. And then finally, we're in service, in my opinion, to our consumers. So how are we making sure that we're serving consumers of our data both internally as well as externally? Here's another example I wanted to share. Really excited. This initiative is spearheaded out of our technology organization, heavily dependent on data. So perhaps this is an example where data foundation can spur some of the most interesting, exciting, innovative use cases out there. So we have a digital twin that takes physical site data location and brings it online. So this is part of our strategy to digitize data. It ingests data from multiple sources, so think lasers, drones, manual data, unstructured, structured, Excel spreadsheets, et cetera, brings it into a common ISO-based digital twin, delivers intelligent use cases that look throughout the life cycle, equipment, sites, network. And essentially, the benefit of it is it supports multi-vendor, multi-organization scenarios. So you might think, OK, there's a benefit. You're bringing this data together. We're able to deploy thousands of digital sites. What is the intent? What are the benefits? We've seen a lot of benefits. Here's a subset that are listed. And there's, of course, cost savings, better site planning. We see impact to sustainability in that we're able to do this work remotely. We're sending fewer people on site, so we have impact on workplace hazard reduction, which is really important for our physical safety as well as mental well-being. We're able to experiment in a more rapid fashion, take that feedback, deploy, improve, test performance. So we're seeing a whole host of benefits to this work. And at the core of it is data contributions. We have a lot of really talented data scientists and AI experts across our organization and technology and other teams, IT, that are driving this and scaling it. And then it supports a number of AI use cases. So we're seeing that we can then start to determine optimal configurations, figure out which sites require either one action or a trigger set of actions, so we can zero in on that. The comparison, total cost of ownership. And then the one I'm also very excited about, I've always worked on install base. I've always tried to figure out who are our customers, what are they buying, how can we support them in buying decisions, cross-sell, upsell, make their experience more seamless. So there's a whole sales opportunity here that we're taking advantage of as well. So hopefully this shows a specific example of where we are doing a couple of things. One, we're using a common data platform to spearhead this work. We're helping to digitize an important area. We're better serving our customers. And then there's a number of other benefits as well. I also wanted to share an example. I know probably many of us have all kinds of AI-related initiatives going on. As I mentioned, I've been working on deploying AI use cases for a long time, so I'm always eager to see what's the latest thinking, where can we be most impactful, how can we connect to business outcome. And one of the areas I'm really excited about is some of the protection piece. How do we protect our data? So we're spearheading, for example, an initiative around digital watermarking. So I have an individual on my team and his team that have a number of patents in this space, and they're looking at how do we better track digitally the path of our data. So figuring out detection of poison data, are we able to verify data integrity? What does it take? What questions do we need to ask? Are we securing that data is trustworthy? Do we have the traceability so we're able to carry that information on origin of data through to model, output, and then use across the organization? Enhanced security, so making sure we're partnering on the security side. And then, as I mentioned, we have a patent portfolio. We care a lot about intellectual property rights. How are we able to protect that for ourselves and our customers, and making sure that we're exploring ways to embed unique identifiers in that data so that we can improve our IPR posture. So this is perhaps one example of many in which I'm thinking about the overarching trustworthy AI opportunity, what's the framework we have in place, and what are the very specific technologies that we're leveraging and making use of so that we can ensure we're contributing to trustworthy AI from a data office perspective. The clock is blinking at me. I think I'm almost at time, so I've been instructed not to run over. I hope that was a rapid fire in terms of Chief Data Officer perspective, what we've done other places, what we're doing within Ericsson, hopefully some inspiration examples, and look forward to connecting with all of you throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Caitlin. And now the stream is over, but we have a chance for a 5-minute Q&A. The
Thank
scene
you.
is yours.
I think I need the clicker, otherwise
You need
I
the
have
clicker.
no control. if
Let's
that's
hear.
okay,
Oh,
so.
sorry.
It's the formal handing over.
This is the handover.
Thank you very much. So,
Go for it.
hello, good morning, everyone. My name is Toby Balfrey, and I come from Databricks. I think the first thing I wanted to do is it's really great to be back. I came a couple of years ago, and I think the thing that always strikes me about DIS is the community and the sense of sort of just having a lot of fun and a great atmosphere. So the first thing I'd like to do is just ask you all to give a huge round of applause to the organizers and everyone who's contributed. I think it's a brilliant event. Thank you very much. Okay, the second thing I'd like to do is I heard rumors that there was a party until 2 a.m. I've been good. I was in bed, of course, by 9 a.m. But I did see, I just wanted to highlight there are coffee stations there and there. If that isn't enough, I also saw that Accenture have donuts on their stand. So anyone who needs it, I would pop over there soon if you want to. So what I'd like to talk to you about is it's not just the exciting opportunity around Gen AI. I'm sure you sort of are well aware of that. But how do you actually go from the opportunity and the experimentation actually into production, and what are the challenges people face in that? So look, I think it's amazing what OpenAI have done really in the Gen AI market. The technology has been around for quite a while, but in a couple of years, they've really helped crystallize the market and make everyone realize that you can use that today. It's not just in the future. And you now see of companies of over $1 billion in revenue, over 90% of those organizations are already experimenting with AI and looking at what it can mean with them. Now, that number shoots up to 97% if you look at organizations of over $10 billion of revenue. What's really crazy as well is that over 3/4 of CEOs already realize and appreciate that companies that are leveraging AI are going to have significant market advantage. Now, that isn't just, yes, we're going to grow quicker, that's clear, but it's also going to help them transform the customer experience. And I think in this market where there's so many ways that customers can move between businesses, you don't get that brand loyalty that you had 20 years ago. Being able to provide that unique and best customer experience is going to help you retain customers. But it's not just about customer experience, it's also about productivity. And what we see is that those teams that leverage AI are over 40% more effective than those teams who don't use it. So lots of reasons, and what's amazing in such a short period of time is that even up to the C-level and the CEO, the opportunity is seen. However, it's great that everyone is experimenting with Gen AI and seeing that, but most companies are really struggling to go from that experimentation phase into actual production Gen AI capabilities that they can trust. And this is a huge issue for companies trying to turn that investment into actual benefit. So what I want to do is just walk through some of the areas that people are struggling with and just go through some examples. Oh, that's interesting. So what are the areas that people are struggling with? So in order for your Gen AI model, it may be great that it has overall accuracy and you have lots of benchmarks now available for different Gen AI solutions, but is it going to actually represent what you need in your business? Is it going to be safe, not just for the users, but for your business? Is it going to damage your business accidentally in any way? And are you going to be able to govern it? And if we look at some of these concerns as examples, so I'm sure some of you have seen these already. The one on the left is by Chevy, where because the Gen AI solution didn't actually have context, it found itself recommending a competitor's product. So there, someone is asking about Chevy trucks, and it's going, hey, you should look at a Ford 150. Now, I don't know about you, but I would probably be shot by my boss if I built a Gen AI solution that recommended our competitor's product. Similarly, in the middle, the Gen AI chatbot just made up a policy around bereavement and refunds, and Air Canada found themselves actually under a lot of pressure to then honor that policy. And so if your chatbot says things to your customers that it just makes up, that's going to be pretty bad because you're going to find yourself in different difficult situations. Then on the third side there is a fictitious but pretty common example where someone asks a question of a chatbot, of a Gen AI chatbot, and it gives information about other people or information that could be sensitive that it really shouldn't do. And you need to be able to govern against those. Looking a bit further then, so in Databricks, we call employees a Brickster. So I am a Brickster. However, when we ask that question of ChatGPT, because it doesn't have the semantics and understanding and the context of why I'm asking that question, you see it actually goes to the only answer it really knows, which is actually a Brickster is also someone who enjoys collecting Lego bricks. Now, I will leave you to decide which is cooler, being a Brickster in Databricks or being a Lego collector. I have a couple of boys. Yeah. I have a couple of 10-year-old boys, and we love our Legos, so they quite like this example. Then another Chevy example is actually, when I was talking about safety, you don't want people to be able to try and attack you with the chatbot. So in this example, you see that someone is trying to actually provide context and prompt engineering within the way they're asking their questions to try and get a deal that they would never otherwise do. So I don't know about you, but it's probably like a bad thing if that someone can either sort of trigger buying a van for $1 and feeling that that has to be honored. And if any chatbot says take C, back Cs, then I think we need to discuss life, right? So clearly that's around, you need guardrails and safety around what the chatbot can do. Then lastly, when we're looking at like governance, what you see here is someone who has actually used OpenAI to try and automatically generate the product descriptions that they post to Amazon to sell. And what they've done is they've somehow triggered a policy violation, and so the actual the answer that's come back is sorry, I can't answer this question. But they haven't had governance, they haven't checked that, and they've just published that. And so their products then have these odd things. They may argue we give them better marketing as a result of that, bringing it up on slides like this. But I think in general, it's probably not the best way to describe your products. So I think the point of all these examples is that if you want to have a high-quality production model, you don't just want a model that has overall general performance. You need to be able to bring it together with your data so it knows what it can and can't answer. It has accurate information about your pricing. It has accurate information about your products. You use your data to make sure that what it says and what it does is correct. So at Databricks then, this is why we've introduced the concept of data intelligence. It's one thing being able to build a Gen AI model. It's one thing having data, but you want to bring those two together. And when you do that, then you can actually truly have what we call data intelligence in your organization and have a true data intelligence platform that not only allows you to address those kind of production challenges, but also allows you to democratize data within your organization that I'll speak a bit more about in a minute. So looking at Databricks then, because you own the data in Databricks and because you can build and own the models, you can have that end-to-end control. You can choose, because you have the same unified governance layer across both, you can choose what data is used with what models and vice versa. And you can provide that customization very easily without having to integrate products. Similarly, we don't just focus on giving you a great model, and I'll talk about DBRX in a minute. We look at the whole life cycle of a model. You know, how do you process the data to feed it in the right way? How do you do prompt engineering? How do you create vectors and embeddings to trigger things like RAG? We then allow you to very easily build and deploy those models, but most importantly, monitor them so you can iterate and constantly improve in those. And on Databricks, it's not just about, hey, you've got to use our model. With our model serving capability, you can go from models that you build yourself, whether you use our technology or Hugging Face, Mosaic, and the things. We make a range of foundation models available to you as well, both for sort of generation and chat-like capabilities as well as embeddings. So you can then build on top of those models and refine those. But also, we recognize that in an organization, you're going to get to probably tens, hundreds of different use cases on Gen AI. And that is going to need different combinations of different models. And so, in many examples, you may want to use third-party solutions like OpenAI, Anthropic, and such. And so you can directly call out and leverage those models while still having one place to manage the productionization, the production management of your end-to-end applications. And so that's one of the reasons why we've introduced DBRX. So this is now the highest performing open source model out there. There's a few really interesting things about it. It's a mixture of experts model, so it has 16 different experts that you use 2 at any one time, which really helps update and really improve accuracy, but whilst being incredibly fast. Now, what's really cool about this is fully open source. You can go and look at the model on things like GitHub, or you can play with it in Databricks today. But the way it's been built is incredibly cost efficient to leverage, which I think is really exciting given the performance it brings. But I think the cool thing about DBRX is that we make the technology that we've used to build DBRX available to you within the platform to build your own models. And that's why we acquired Mosaic in Databricks, because they're able to build they establish frameworks that have massively reduced the cost of building and deploying models. I think over the last few years, they brought that down by like 40 times. And so as time goes on, it just becomes ever more accessible to build your own models. And I think what we see in Databricks is that, yes, these massive third-party models are great, but more and more we're going to see people wanting to build a much more focused, smaller, lighter weight model for their business, for a particular use case. It'd be cheaper to build, it'd be cheaper to deploy, and it'd be much easier to govern things like hallucination. You know, if these massive models, if they know everything from teaching you French to cooking to history to things, there's always huge risk of weird hallucinations you haven't thought about. If you have a more narrow, focused model that you've built, then you've got much more control over that. So Databricks then looks to then provide that range of different architectural patterns that you need to overcome those practical challenges of getting your model into production in a safe, governed way. You can do prompt engineering on your data, so important to make sure it gives the right context to answer the question. I think whatever solution you're building, it needs to have RAG, where you do retrieval augmented generation to make sure the answer is accurate, well-governed, and relevant to your business. And you can only do that if you can bring your data together with the model really well. We enable you to build your own models, fine-tune foundation models, and leverage third-party, all from scratch, or all built on top of things that are readily available. So that's really what the data intelligence platform and the idea from Databricks is. It's bringing together the way you can manage all of your data, not only service that for BI, reporting, data science, advanced analytics, but be able to bring that together with Gen AI so you can address all those production challenges of getting a safe, accurate, governed model into production. But not only that, because we have those capabilities, you know, Unity Catalog tracks end-to-end, how you bring data into the platform, how you process it, how you build models from that, how you deploy that. It truly understands your business. I actually think it understands your data world and your business more than any one individual can. And we can use that then to bring semantics and understanding to Gen AI for your business. So what we really want to do using Project Genie is turn that into a way to democratize data within your platform. So if I ask even a basic question like, can you give me sales and profit broken down by product grouping and region? Now, every business defines regions differently. It defines its products differently, even can define product and sales by different definitions. So you don't just need a chatbot that understands those words, a Gen AI model that understands those words. You need it to understand what that means in your business in different areas and how you process that. And that's what Unity Catalog powered by Gen AI does. That's what this data intelligence gives you. So you can now, within Databricks and things like our data rooms, just ask that natural language question. And because it understands your data, it will go and answer that question in a really accurate way, bring that information back to you. So we hope there's a whole range of ways that we're leveraging this in the platform. We'd love to show you that. But it's really how we can then bring data to everyone in the business without anyone actually needing to be a data expert. They can just ask their question, and it's the intelligent engine that is the expert on your data. Brilliant. Well, look, thank you very much for listening to me. The thing I'll leave you with is that it's great to have models that are looking at ever more accurate. But if you want to get those into production, you've got to bring those together with your data. You've got to address the challenges of accuracy, safety, and governance. And you really need data intelligence that allows you to just drive great quality services to your customers. Thank you very much for listening to me.
Welcome back, everyone. We are here with another product review, this time with Domino Data Lab. Please introduce yourself.
Good morning, thank you. Hi, my name's Brian Prosser. I lead the sales engineering team here at Domino in EMEA. And I've been working at Domino for about 4 years now with a variety of different customers across the European region.
Awesome. So what are you going to show us today?
Yeah, so today I'm going to take you through a kind of general overview of Domino itself, what we're doing with organizations, and then we're going to jump into a little bit of a demo as well to show how Domino can help enterprises to scale out AI across the business. Okay, so Domino's been around for about 10 years now. We're working with some of the largest organizations in the world, so helping them to scale their AI and data science delivery across the organization, bringing models to the business and generating new revenue streams, that kind of thing. So we're working with lots of different regulated industries. So we've got a strong kind of focus around reproducibility, governance. So we do a lot of work within the pharmaceutical industry. We do a lot of work within banking, finance, and government as well. We're also supported by a very vibrant ecosystem of different technical partners, because part of our solution is to be able to deploy into complex multi and hybrid cloud ecosystems as well. So some of the challenges that we see in the ecosystem is that scaling AI at an enterprise scale is very difficult. There's a huge difference between those who have kind of mastered that art and those that are lagging behind. You know, it can be up to 2 times faster to deploy models. And if you're able to get that kind of speed up in the day-to-day work that you do as a data science organization, you can use that time saving to move through more use cases. So it allows you to deliver value out to different parts of the business over time.
Is this due to lack of technical tooling, or what do you think? How do they end up that much faster?
Yeah, we see this as kind of 3 different pillars. So it's not necessarily lack of technical tooling. In fact, sometimes it can be having too many tools. There's like a fragmented ecosystem where different parts of the business may be using siloed technology stacks. So you then end up with a kind of wild west within the organization where you have lots of different teams of individuals with different technology stacks. From an IT perspective, it's very hard to manage each of those different ecosystems. There's often little interoperability between them.
Right.
The second of the pillars is around the way that these teams can be siloed from a collaboration and communication perspective. It can be very difficult for teams to understand what is going on within the business. What's the neighboring team actually working on? You know, if I'm working on some pricing models, have the marketing team done any evaluations of technology which is going to be useful to me? Are they building models which I could then utilize in the way that I do my business? So that can lead to teams being quite unproductive and reinventing the wheel quite a lot. And then the last kind of challenge there is artisanal processes as well. If you have these siloed teams working in different manners, the processes that they use to actually deliver results can be vastly different.
Right.
So helping organizations to standardize those processes and have a kind of common workflow for delivering value is vitally important to speeding up the time to delivery. But it also helps to empower teams to have a more governed way of actually delivering models. Obviously, the reproducibility and responsibility and governance around AI is a hot topic at the moment. And so having standardized processes to make sure that every model that's being used by the business is going through the appropriate amount of rigor before it gets into production is, again, super important.
Makes sense.
And as more and more organizations are kind of jumping into generative AI, this actually exasperates some of those problems because there are now more tools and the tool ecosystem is changing so rapidly. And then you have more teams that are getting involved. It's not just data science teams or statisticians. You've got teams across the organization starting to use some of these Gen AI tools. So each of those different problems becomes a little bit harder with Gen AI.
Right.
And this is where the Domino platform can come in to help. It provides a single unified experience, which is open and collaborative. So the Domino platform can use and connect out to any data. It's able to bring in all sorts of different open source and proprietary software into the platform. You can, as a data scientist, you can choose the languages that you're most comfortable with. So you can be more efficient simply by being able to use the tooling that you're familiar, but within this governed ecosystem. It's inherently collaborative, so multiple teams can use the platform simultaneously. They can create things like templates and share those out across the organization.
Right.
So it allows them to create standardized best practices that can be used throughout the ecosystem.
It's fun to see OpenMPI there. I don't think a lot of people here are familiar with cluster or supercomputing and that kind of stuff.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of people using Spark out there for clustering, and then OpenMPI, I guess, is a slightly more classical on-prem.
OpenMPI is for hardcore people. Spark is for people that
fantastic,
don't know how to write parallel programs.
That's it, and we've got quite a few customers using Ray as well. Again, in the Gen AI space, provides a fantastic way of training some of those large language models,
right.
like a Llama.
I am, Ray has been around for a long time now. Long, right? Everything's relative, but it's funny that I think only because it's been picked up in some LLM serving frameworks that now I've heard it quite a few times at this event in specific, and now I see it in your slides and some other places. So I guess I wonder if people are using it for compute, which it can be used for, sort of like Dask, or if people are using it only secondhand because it comes bundled with LLMs serving frameworks or things like that.
Yeah, I've seen it used in both contexts. I would say primarily with some of the customers that I've been working with recently, they're using it to parallelize either training workloads or classical statistical models as well. So worked with an insurance company who's simply just using more parameters in their models because they can scale out and run across more infrastructure. Or I was working with a telecoms company recently who were looking at training large language models across a superpod on premise. And so in that kind of case, they want to use Ray to be able to utilize all of those GPUs in that kind of training framework.
Right.
So yeah, and again, because the Domino platform is open, you can use all of these different libraries within the ecosystem very easily. So,
right.
Yeah.
Neat.
Another key part of the platform, as I mentioned, is like the reproducibility and the kind of system of record approach to data science. So when data scientists are building models in Domino, every action that they take is kind of reproducible. So it means that the whole platform has a great kind of basis of auditability and validation as well. So you can register the models that you create, which we'll have a look at briefly in the demo in a moment. And every piece of work can be replayed later if needs be. So it provides that fantastic grounding for validated workflows. And then within the platform, obviously, as well as doing the kind of development side, there's the MLOps side as well. So the ability to deploy these models as APIs, as batch workloads, interactive applications, all at the kind of click of a button to the end user. So drastically reducing the complexity for typical data science teams in being able to get over that last mile when it comes to delivering value to the business. And then one of the key things that I think sets us apart from some of the other technologies in this space is the strength of our hybrid and multi-cloud approach. I think organizations that are using multiple clouds and maybe some on-premise infrastructure as well, they tend to have different technology ecosystems in each of those different environments. Whereas Domino can seamlessly be deployed across different geographies, across different clouds and on-premise. So as a data scientist within a single pane of glass, I can push workloads out to where it makes sense to run them. If I've got some on-premise infrastructure, it might make sense for me to do my GPU training down there.
What about edge devices?
So the platform, because we're using open source frameworks to do the model deployment, you can take the models out of the platform and then deploy them out into edge. So if you're using something like NVIDIA Tritron or some of the other kind of edge-centric things, you can absolutely move models out that way as well. So yeah. So what I'll do now is I'll jump into a quick demo to kind of show some of those different aspects, and then we'll wrap up.
We love demos.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. So this is the Domino platform. Within the Domino platform, all of my work is kind of separated out into projects where I can invite my different team members to collaborate with me. So in this particular example, I'm going to be working with my team on creating a loan approval model to understand if a particular person is risky from a credit perspective. Now, I could start from one of the templates that exist that I mentioned earlier, some of these things that either Domino has created to help with things like sentiment analysis or large language model training, or I could have created some templates from my own organization. But in this particular case, I've already started working with my colleague Jim. So I'll come into my collaborating projects and get started within here. So once I come into the project, I can see the different work that Jim has already gone through. We've set goals within this project, so we're helping again to kind of standardize that workflow and make sure that it is repeatable and well governed. And once I'm into the platform, I can then utilize the kind of centralization here to connect out to the different data that I want to use. So it may be that I want to come in and add a new data source, which my IT team have set up for me. Perhaps we can look for one of the S3 buckets, and I can add that to my project. So that will now be kind of available for me to use when I come in and do my development work. Once I've got my data kind of connected, the next thing that I may want to do is to start an interactive development environment. And this is where, again, Domino has a huge amount of flexibility, because I can choose the IDE that makes sense for me. It may be that actually this project is a polyglot project where I'm using multiple different languages for different parts of the problem. I can choose the IDE which is going to make me most efficient. So as a data scientist, I've got a tremendous amount of flexibility and freedom here.
That's a lot of choice right there.
Yeah, and obviously you can limit this choice for particular projects if you want to, but in general, Domino is about bringing tools into the platform rather than forcing you to use something proprietary.
Right. No, but I mean, you have everything from old school SAS,
Yeah.
Zeppelin, Streamlit, VS Code,
Yeah,
Jupyter.
we still see a huge amount of organizations using SAS, some of them looking to kind of migrate across to R or Python.
Yeah.
And so this is the kind of platform where you can run all of those different workloads in one place.
Yeah. No, it's good because then the SaaS people that don't want to learn anything new can just keep doing what they've always done.
Yeah, and still collaborate with the
Yeah.
kind of newer breed of data scientists. In that
Exactly.
sense. Yeah. One of the nice things here is also that I can choose the hardware that I want to run this particular piece of work on. And this is where the hybrid and multi-cloud piece becomes so important, because as a data scientist, I can choose these different resources. And this particular instance of Domino is within AWS. But if I scroll down in this list, I also have access to GCP resources at the click of a button.
Could you have that in your own colo center or like in your own on-premise?
Yeah, this could be on-premise. It could be in different geographies.
Could it be edge devices too?
As long as it can run a Kubernetes cluster, that's the kind of base.
Okay, so
for the
Kubernetes
platform.
in the background.
So edge is probably not where you'd run these kind of training workloads. But yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
So obviously, if I have data that has to stick within a particular geography or in a particular cloud, this really easily allows me to do that kind of workload. As we mentioned, we can support distributed compute frameworks as well, like Ray and Dask. But once I'm into my model development environment, it is a very familiar Jupyter Lab experience. So I can come in here, I can install new packages, I can experiment, I can utilize those different data sources that I configured in my project. All of that's very easy to use. Then when I've done my experiment, when I've done my kind of initial training, I might want to do some parallel experimentation to do some things like hyperparameter tuning. And Domino supports that really effectively as well. So we have baked in experiment tracking, where I can go in and I can see which of my different models is going to be the most effective way of solving this particular challenge. And so, again, all of the different executions within the platform are tracked and reproducible. So when I come in here, I can see exactly which piece of code was run, what version of that code was run, when was that run.
Is this similar to MLflow, or is it complementary, or how does that work?
We're actually embedding MLflow into the platform.
Okay.
So if you're already familiar with MLflow, it's super easy to use within Domino. We're providing on top of this like a role-based access control security model to make it more seamlessly integrated.
Yeah, no, that's neat.
Yeah, and overall the platform is trying to provide that kind of like single integrated experience. From here, I can then choose the best model that I have, and I can register that within my model registry. So again, going back to that kind of governance piece, it allows me to document the purpose of the model, where I should and shouldn't be using this, and how I should be kind of utilizing this within the ecosystem. It allows me to do things like model review processes as well. So if I have a validation team, they can come into the platform and review all of the different pieces that I've done and make sure that it's fit for purpose. And then from here, I can go on and I can productionize it at the click of a button by deploying this model as an API, or then wrapping that as something like an interactive web application, all within this one kind of seamless experience. So in terms of the demo, that was kind of the main things I wanted to show. Just in kind of summary, the Domino platform is amazing in that it's open and extensible, so we can pull in all of these different open source tools. It allows data scientists to use all of the different things that they're familiar with, but in this kind of well-governed environment. We've got guaranteed reproducibility, so this is fantastic when you need to prove why you got to a particular result, or you need to go through some kind of model auditing process. And then it's fantastic in terms of compounding knowledge. So the ability to bring all of the different data science teams within an organization together and be faster and more effective as a whole. And it provides a cohesive experience from start to finish for the data science process. You know, I can do everything that I need to without jumping down into any of the underlying technology. It can all be done within that kind of single user interface, even across clouds and hybrid scenarios.
I think that cohesive experience is a selling point that is much stronger than people realize, because one thing I keep talking about with my customers right now is the developer experience.
Mm-hmm.
Having developers that feel like they're able to do fun, productive, creative, fast, impactful work is super important.
Absolutely.
And I'm getting sort of the vibes here of, you know, there are some other vendors here that have some of this stuff in, and as long as you're entirely within their ecosystem, they provide a lot of those services. But there it's very much everything or nothing, right? If you want the database, you want the management, as long as you're in there, you're cool. But nobody's like that. Nobody has just one system. You have your old systems. You have this new cool system that you want to have. And you're like, OK, well, I guess I can't have it because it needs to be compatible, you know, with this closed. Whereas this still gives you the developer experience of some of those alternatives, but lets you use, you know, your own Kubernetes and your own catalogs, MLflow, and all that kind of stuff. So that's quite nice.
I find it's the right balance between the flexibility for the data scientists to allow them to do the experimentation, to use all those different tools. But it has that kind of walled garden feel where IT also love the platform because it helps to provide some governance and security around what the data science teams are doing, but also not come in and displace all the work that they've done and all the other kind of tools and technologies.
The expertise they already have.
Exactly.
Like the SaaS people or the MLflow people.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Awesome.
Okay.
Well, that was an awesome demo. I'm glad I got to see it. I hope you learned something. Domino's here at Data Innovation Summit now. Otherwise, they can probably go into your website and find some
That's right, yeah.
good
Find
place
us
to start.
at domino.ai, or if you're here today, come and see us at booth B21.
Thanks. See you soon. everyone, to another product review. I'm pretty excited about this one because I like your products. I think they're pretty nifty. I hope we get to see some demos, but I'm going to kick it off here. Please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. It's a pleasure of me being here this year as well. We were here last year, and it has been a lot of things released so far about our product. I'm so excited to talk about it. But first, let me introduce myself. Hazal Şener is Senior Solutions Architect at SqlDBM. In my role, I basically provide technical support, training, and product demonstrations for our users. So basically, when it comes to technical aspects, I'm one of the first contacts for the users.
Okay.
And today, we are going to talk about SqlDBM's product review, but I would like to talk what SqlDBM is all about for those who are seeing the tool as a first time today. This is going to be very interesting. And I'm going to talk about what is coming soon under the product review, because there are so many exciting features that we have been working on, and they are really big features. That's going to bring a lot of important aspects from the tool. And then we are going to see the tool in action. So SqlDBM is a SaaS solution that provides users data modeling, data governance, and schema monitoring services. So the tool basically hosted on the cloud, it means that it brings a lot of advantages and opportunities for its users. Because being on the cloud, as you know, you can access easily. It just eliminates the dependency on a single machine. And while doing that, it provides a lot of security as well, like single sign-on using Okta and Azure AD technologies, etc. There are so many advantages being on the cloud, so I can't finish counting everything. But we are going to touch base on why data modeling is important being on the cloud. So we will talk about it later. And also the tool provides very strong security features. Like if a person would like to host their own metadata on their preferred cloud platform, they can basically do that in Azure Blob, AWS 3 Bucket, and Google Cloud Platform as well. So they can also set the private link just to prevent the public threats to accessing the tool. And we have also audit log monitoring where you can actually access and see all the users' activities on the tool. And of course, IP access management can be also done through SqlDBM, giving the access or blocking some access for a bunch of IP addresses. So let's talk about why cloud is important. As you see here on the left side, this is the auto modeling. So auto modeling system depend on one modeler. It wasn't because the companies prefer to work only one person for the data modeling. It was because of the limitations of the tools that we had in the past. Because they were not a cloud, so the updates were not synchronized with the database because we do reverse engineer and people map everything manually. So nobody is aware of what is happening here because you are working with 5 developers. Yeah. And you really have to have a strong communication skill and the tool and just to keep everything up to date. And this is the new system that we have as we are on the cloud. The communication is easy, collaboration is easy, access is easy. So like that, we can also hit the data mesh because data mesh is building a decentralized data modeling. Because when we talk about data, is also covered metadata. So it's not only data mesh is aiming the real data that we are talking about right now, it has to be applied to metadata as well. So also this is the important part that we can talk about when we hear what is new in data is also new in metadata because it's a part of data, right?
Right.
And I'm going to talk about what is coming soon. There's very interesting features. And so let's start with the logical projects. So the logical projects will allow people to create a project without depending on any physical database. So those databases that we are supporting, some of them, the cloud ones, a direct connection, because another advantage of being on the cloud that you can interact with other cloud platforms easily, in a secure way, of course. And so here, there will be an option that you can create a logical project and then map this as physical projects. So we are going to actually take the logical projects out of the physical perspective.
Is this something that you would use when you're planning things, or when would this be most useful?
Exactly. This can be also a reason for the use case, and the other use case that, so what we are doing here with the data modeling, we would like to fit the business users, right? This is, we are the data people. I am building this, but not for me. And non-technical people are going to consume this. So I can't present something so technical to them because it's not going to be efficient.
They're not going to understand.
That's why the logical projects are important. It's going to give you at the business language level of detail to people. So
Right.
you don't need to put the underscores, mention the IDs, codes, etc. And logical projects will give more descriptive definitions at your entities, right? So in the logical part, you call an entity, but in the reality, it is called a table in the
Right.
database.
Right.
But so non-technical people wouldn't understand what you mean by table, but entity would make more sense to business users.
Right. Right.
And the other one is global modeling, and it has 4 pillars. One of them has been already released. And imagine that I have a project is created from Snowflake, so I will have the ability to embed another entity from a different project that was created from Databricks or SQL Server. So this can be used for migration purposes for any reason, or it doesn't have to be migration because some big organizations are using multiple databases because of big data, and each team has different structures, etc. And this can also tie and communicate, collaborate different teams together. So if you are using Snowflake, you are doing other team structures, and the other one is using the Databricks or SQL Server. So this can close the gap, technical gap between the technical teams.
Right.
So it's kind of mixed in the databases.
Okay.
And the global search is coming soon, so it's also part of global modeling. So it gives you the ability to search any kind of keyword across all your accounts. So you have, imagine 10 projects from different databases or the same database, but you can search a specific keyword at the object name even based on the description.
Right.
So it's very, very in detail. And the lineage is coming soon. So imagine I embed an entity externally into my project, so I can build a lineage at the column level. Also, I can start a global standards. I can add the global standards to my account. So those are the standards for the projects that you can reuse. You don't have to repeat those standards anytime you create a new project. So this is going to save a lot of time as well. And let's see it in action. So I'm going to show SqlDBM. And I'm planning to do the reverse engineer to show the direct connection, as we talked about interacting with other cloud platforms. And last year we talked about Snowflake, and this year I'm going to focus on Databricks.
Okay.
So Databricks has High Meta Store and Unity Catalog. You can directly connect to both platforms.
Wait, let me make sure I heard you right.
Yeah.
You said stored in Unity Catalog, and people would think, okay, well that is our data catalog, and everything that's outside, I guess we're just not going to catalog it or something like that. But you're saying that this integrates with that and sort of is also able to catalog other stuff so that you don't have to make a choice between the two, or how would you describe it?
It is not a choice because it's a database and we are a modeling tool. So whatever you do in our tool, everything is done visually, and the tool is going to generate the code for you. And this is the main differentiator. Otherwise, it's not going to make sense what Databricks supports. We do support exactly the same. So what if I'm going to use your tool, or either I just work with Databricks? I won't make my life complicated.
So this is just a better way of working with those things.
Yeah. Exactly. So we are going to see the direct connection now, and I have 2 options. Either I can use the engineering clusters, but if I'm connecting the Unity catalog, it supports the API. So with that, I can connect in some seconds, just type in my credentials here, and this is just going to bring me the Unity catalogs that this token has permission to see, because it's a personal access token.
Right.
It has exactly the same limitations or permissions at this token level. And I'm going to select one Unity catalog and multiple schemas. So we will bring the metadata. And now we are going to see the preview of database objects. So here, as you see, I have the managed tables. Those are the traditional ones. And I have the external table. And this is something, a good differentiator in the tool by making a categorization so you can understand what external table you have.
Right.
In the database, you had to write a code or go into the detail if this table is an external table. Other than that, you wouldn't know if it was. So once we hit import, I'm going to see here at the reverse engineer diagram, and everything is brought and built a relationship. Because I know Unity Catalog supports the constraints, but if I was working with the High Meta Store, constraint is not part of High Meta Store because underlying logic is used Apache Spark. It has the format of Apache Spark. Yeah. And that's why I'm going to here show the suggested relationships that I have in case I didn't have any constraints. I can define it as a keyword, like based on the keywords. And the tool is going to scan all the project and will give me some suggestions, right? So let's say those are the ones that I want to build. So this is going to be marked with virtual primary key. They are going to live in the tool. And this can be also use case for high meta store users. You don't need to generate them in your DDL, but you still can create your ER diagrams, right?
Yeah.
And the second step is the one that I'm going to create the relationships. Now I have the primary keys, now I need the foreign keys. So I can basically create them as well. And everything is going to be linked, and this is where you can start modeling. So this is the physical layer. As I said, the external table is important because we have the differentiator here, which is a little cloud icon. And we also have the default constraints. Default constraint is, so default value, let's say, more like business layer like we are talking about. So order status is always active. So we can reverse engineer this. But we can also change this here on hand. If the default value is not active anymore, I can change this, and the tool is going to generate alter statement for me. So I'm going to do everything visually here. What I can also do is double-click and change the data type, add a new column. And anytime I hit the save button, I'm going to generate a new revision. So I have the version controlling. I can see the changes between the revisions at the DDL level or even at the visual level, because I have the revisions option here. And the revisions option is going to bring me all the revisions history.
Right.
And I can see what I've been working for, and I can roll back to any previous revision, etc.
I feel like this kind of a tool, you know, it's easy for an engineer to appreciate the convenience of being able to work with all the databases in this way. What I don't think necessarily is obvious to business decision makers is, you know, when those projects are stuck in migration because you've forgotten sort of how the things are connected, you have to try edge cases, maybe there's some data quality issues and stuff like that. If you had just had something like this, describing what's going on in Snowflake or whatever, those migration issues wouldn't be an issue.
Exactly.
I think like the navigation that you were going through there, sort of showing how the things are connected, it's hard to convey exactly how convenient that is for businesses that want to, you know, either migrate from a legacy system to something new,
exactly,
or just, you know, for me as a data scientist, actually, I wanted to export some stuff from Snowflake and model it in this GPU database. Mm-hmm. But to do that export, nobody really remembered how the tables were connected and where stuff came from. If we had just had something like this, we could have figured it out ourselves.
Exactly.
We wouldn't have had to bother the database admin and ask, can you show us how to write a query that does this and this?
Exactly.
This is like commenting your programming code. It should be the law to have something like this.
Exactly, yeah, definitely. You are right. I agree with you. It's very important. And I'm going to open an existing project because there I want to show the concurrent modeling, which it means that multiple people can work simultaneously for the same project thanks to the merging and branching system into SqlDBM, very similar to the Git.
Let me just ask, is this, so I suppose that means it's version controlled something, right? Or
yeah, those versions are the version controls. At any time I generate a new branch and merge into the main, this is a version. You know, you are not going to lose any change. You can roll back to any previous revision. And those are the branches that I created from the main branch. So since the concurrent working is activated, you will have the main branch appears here from the latest revision. And this is read-only. Remember where the save button was appearing earlier, and it's going to appear now view only. So I can't make any change here. I can see, I can move the entities and play with that, but I can't generate a revision because it's a main branch.
Right.
But here, I wanted to show you how the global objects work. So I have the Databricks project, but imagine that I was migrating from SQL Server, right? I can select the SQL Server sample project, and somehow I have a question with the customer entity. Somehow I couldn't migrate it well, or something is missing.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to add this as global objects. And I can see the project has been added here, SQL Server, and I have the table, etc. So where is my table? I can double click and I can find where the table is. So it's a bit like brought here, a bit like out of somewhere. I can bring it closer.
Yeah.
As you see, I have a different indicator here. It says the frame means that it's coming from SQL Server, although I work in Databricks project, right? This is my Databricks project, but I bring something from SQL Server. So here's the question. I don't work with the SQL Server project. If someone changes something on this table, is this change going to reflect here as well? Yes, the answer is yes. The tool will just show up here, a kind of refresh button, so you would understand I need to refresh my table. In case that you change the customer name to something else or the data type, this is going to refresh as well. And here we can create also relationships. So, okay, this table has a relationship with a line item, but no, I have a question, and I can flag by the question and mention somebody's name here and for help, because this person knows what is going on with this table. Like, let me add this person, or this one, doesn't matter, maybe this one. So I can just ask kind of help and just review. So this is the communications. Exactly. So this is how it works. And it has 3 pillars more. This is one of them. Is really so exciting. And
it is cool that when there are updates to the table, I mean that this is like documentation, right? And if you have to maintain the documentation or ask somebody to also go in and change something after they've made a change in the system, it's not twice as much work, but people forget to do it.
Exactly.
And the fact that it's mirrored here immediately is very nice.
This is how we keep the consistency, of course.
Yeah.
And table templates coming soon. This is also, it's going to be also done for consistency purpose. We have the column templates that you can create a bunch of columns. For example, contract ID. It has a number 38. This is created by me. Maybe you will create it as integer something else, right? But the contract ID is the same field, although it is located in different tables.
Right.
So it should be consistent in terms of the description, data type, and this is where the metadata quality comes. It has to make sense. And so the table templates are coming. It's going to work very similarly. So we already have it for Snowflake, Google BigQuery, and Databricks is coming soon, what we are also working on. But also, I wanted to mention here the forward engineer. So we talk about making a reverse engineer and editing, but we can also create everything from scratch in the tool to build the enterprise schemas, right? So either I can generate an SQL with the create statement, and I can push the Git to automate the CI/CD process, or the purpose of version controlling from the Git side as well. But we do have generate alter statements as well. So as I did reverse engineer, I didn't create everything from scratch. I can select one of the previous revisions here and hit generate alter statement. As you see, the comparison will be between the revisions, and it will drop the constraints. What else I did here? Like maybe the new objects will come with the create statement, etc. Right? But very interesting thing here, we can generate this script in YAML format to be used in DBT, data build tool.
Okay.
Imagine that I am modeling my sources now. I need to generate the YAML file that are going to use in DBT as a source functions, right?
Yeah.
So here I can select source YAML, hit generate YAML, and the YAML generation will be done through the tool. So you might ask me, where is this freshness coming from? Where did you define this? This is source freshness and DBT YAML compatible format. So here it is done through the database documentation. So this is our place where you can see a lot of metadata all together. And as you see, we have the governance fields, and one of the advantages having this governance fields is that you can create your custom fields. While doing that, you can include this as metadata. So it's going to come by metadata input in the YAML generation. So you can define the owner or whatever that doesn't come from your physical structure of your database, right? And the other part is important here that we have the DBT properties. So this freshness is selected. So what it does that, it brings the templates. And you can basically modify the code over the template, so you don't have to remember what was the syntax, or I have to go to DBT documentation to find it, etc. And since you have it there, you can generate them here in this interface. This is where it was coming from, right? Cool. And again, you can use the API to get the YAML generation out of SqlDBM.
Well, let me ask that, because I saw a cool idea yesterday, which was to generate table descriptions and comments, because, you know, people will fill that stuff in and they'll say finance table. It's like, what does that say? So well, maybe you can use an LLM that won't make the best table description, but better than finance table. And so does SqlDBM have like an API where maybe, you know, if you have some kind of script that does that stuff, that it could push it into SqlDBM and have it sort of propagate out to the right places?
Oh, that's a great question, actually. Some databases allows this to do with the AI, with automated version. What AI does is take a look at the name of the table and the name of the columns, make a suggestion. But there, still you need a person who is going to confirm the description. If this is correct. It's a machine, right?
Yeah.
And in SqlDBM, we have the database documentation that you can export this to an Excel via Excel. Because, you know, people like working with Excel sheets, and it's easy to share and collaborate with the business units. They don't have to be the SqlDBM user.
Yeah.
And the description doesn't come from the data people. It comes from the business. So I need to share this with the business.
Right.
And then they will provide me the descriptions. After having everything written in Excel, I can upload it back.
Okay.
So all the missing descriptions will be updated from an Excel.
Is there a way to do it via API as well?
You can't get the descriptions out of SqlDBM using the API.
Okay. Can you push descriptions back?
It's a post API. It's coming soon.
Okay. Just add it to the wish list. No, but that's cool. Awesome. I love the demo.
Thank you.
Okay. Well, thank you. And go ahead and look up SqlDBM. I hope you enjoyed that product review. And we'll be seeing you shortly again. Thank you.
Bye-bye.
everyone. Welcome back. We're back with another exciting panel. I happen to know this one's going to be saucy because we started off right before the camera started, and I know what we're in for. How about we start off by introducing ourselves? Go ahead.
Yep. I'm Lestigus. I run Solid's GenAI Studio, so I work with enabling our organization for everything that happens with GenAI.
Excellent.
So I'm Rickard Elbrandt. I'm based here in Stockholm and covering the Nordics from a sales perspective at Collibra.
Collibra.
Yep.
Cool.
Nice to meet everyone. My name is Sid Rajgopal. I'm the chief architect, part of our CTO organization at Informatica. Work mainly with our strategic customers across the EMEA LATAM organization based in the Netherlands.
Excellent. All right. So let's see if we can catalyze this. Just getting started a little bit soft, and then we can get into the more exciting stuff. This panel is about harnessing the power of generative AI, overcoming core challenges, enterprise values. We were prompted with a couple of questions here, but I want to hear sort of what's top of mind for you when it comes to making use of generative AI. Perhaps, is it any different from advanced analytics or any other sort of computer science in general? What do you say?
There's a lot of similarities. It's a change. It's an organizational change. All of that is the same. Like these things have applied for a long time. What is different is the pace. It's a lot faster. You can do things in days and in weeks when previously it was weeks and months. So that's the change. I think what's happening now is we saw last year was companies doing POCs. Now they're looking at doing things bigger and running into the usual challenges of how do we actually scale this. So nobody has done that. So that's, I think, what I see happening in the market.
What kind of challenges do you see?
No, I echo that. I think also what's interesting now is, of course, the pace and the scalability of this, and also taking into consideration that spread inside the organization, and also how you are taking care of some of the risk also, because I think that is an increased risk in terms of how you are going to govern and treat these models, and how you're going to make sure that security and compliance is spread within the organization. So
risk because these things are more customer facing, or because they're more prone to breaking, or like why is it more risky?
I think it's risk because of understanding the models and the implications of that, what it has, making sure that you are feeding the models with the correct data, trusted data, and making sure that the impact that you have, of course, will impact the output, and making sure that the feeding these models, the AI business cases with actionable, trusted data, making sure that the output is correct as well.
Okay. Well, what do you say is top of mind?
Excellent points made already. So scale and risk are definitely two factors, but also I see the more and more need to focus on the foundation. So this is linked to quality, right? Because having the right data foundation, I think, is making it even more essential, especially for the scale aspect, because without the right foundation, you're making wrong quality decisions at scale. So it's much more faster decisions, but it's much more incorrect decisions, and the impact that has on the organization.
What does that mean? When you say foundation, like what kind of things are you thinking about?
I think, in my opinion, a core foundation is what I call, and what Informatica calls, a system of metadata record. Meaning that there's a lot of data out there already, so that there's not the lack of data in terms of data created, but there's a lack of connecting what is actually out there with what can be used for AI in an intelligent fashion. And that's the metadata, kind of the brain in between the data and the AI.
Okay, so there's a lack of infrastructure. Would that be a right way of characterizing it?
Infrastructure is probably not...
Supporting infrastructure.
Right.
It could be semantic support, but I mean...
indeed.
Okay, and that's the foundation.
Yes.
I'd like to... Yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to add, like, what has changed is we were struggling with data governance of structured data, like ERP, CRM.
Right.
Well, you know everything about data governance. Now we have to govern the unstructured data, all the documents and all of that stuff, and we were not ready with the structured data, so we're even less ready with the unstructured data. So that's definitely what's changing.
Yep.
And I think that's a huge risk, of course, for the compliance, the ethics, and the security. And you can just imagine all of the reputational damage that this can impact if you are having AI models and AI businesses running wild inside the organization. And we've already seen some of the examples. You can laugh about it having colored Viking, for instance, and some of the images that you've seen, but that's kind of more from a personal. But imagine what is happening on some of the company and the scale of that, and also the damage that can have on some of the branding. So if you don't have that data in order, and that comes with both structured but also unstructured data, then I think that's where we at Collibra believe that AI starts with trusted data. You need to make sure that the data that you feed into this model is of good quality.
At a fundamental level, I think with my conversations with CDO, they are also revisiting the data strategy as a result of this. Because I think a lot of, it's not that you need to break your existing data strategy, but to your point, looking at unstructured data, looking at enabling much more a wider community is becoming more and more important. So that I think CDO's role is becoming even more critical due to GenAI.
I think conceptually, the type of data modeling and understanding that needs to be done is on a higher ordinal. It's semantic. It's like understanding structured data really means you have to understand a problem domain in its entirety. Whereas with structured data, usually you could, fall back onto simple statistical descriptors, averages, trends, and that kind of stuff. Now you really have to understand the meaning of what you're doing, what you're collecting, and all that kind of stuff. And one thing I want to ask you is, people have been talking about deep learning and now language models and everything else as being impenetrable, impossible to understand, and we don't know what's going on, and they're black boxes and whatnot, and that's the blocking factor. Is that a sentiment? Do you agree with that, or?
I definitely agree, at least partially. It is a black box, and we're placing it. It's an external black box that we're placing in our internal workflow. So that's part of the risk.
When you say black, what do you mean exactly? What is it that's not?
Without going all legal, but the transparency and the explainability of the model, it's difficult to explain them because they are external models that we can't fully decipher. And they're like living, breathing organisms now because they don't reproduce the same output. So, but that's not necessarily a bad thing, it's just a different thing. And we have to be able to work with that, and we have to learn how they actually work. It's going to be a couple of years until we get used to how they actually behave.
I feel like humans are very much like that, right?
Oh, yeah.
Black boxes. But I feel one of the reasons we're using these models nowadays is because they can solve problems that we are not good at defining ourselves. For example, they can turn unstructured data into structured data and that kind of thing. And the problem domain is hard to describe, not necessarily the model itself. We can pick apart the models and stuff, but we might not even be able to pick apart the problem. I'm wondering, when you guys come across the challenges, are they more of technical nature, or are they more of conceptualizing the problem nature?
That's a great point. I think the first issue is indeed to ensure that the organizations move beyond the hype phase to kind of doing only cool demos to really associating business value where it actually makes sense. And here you could, from my discussions with executives, they see at least three kind of patterns here. The base one, which is almost becoming table stakes, is productivity, right? So we have so many co-pilots now from all of us, which is helping to scale the productivity of each and every one. Really useful, but I think in over time that's going to be table stakes. The next level is really when you integrate it with your business processes. How can you accelerate your business processes? How can you transform your business process? How can you measure that business process's outcome and effectivity? So that's kind of going to be the next stage. And I think the ultimate nirvana is when CXOs can use it for their board strategy itself. So when they know how they can really use to make data-driven decisions to complement, rather than only what probably they still do is make gut-based decisions and try to find data and AI to back that rather than the other way around.
I want to get back to you and ask you guys also about these soft challenges, because you gave some good examples of technical challenges, but I also want to hear about soft challenges. And I want you to answer a question that I'm going to bounce off what you just said. Stop doing the playground stuff and start doing useful stuff. Are those little POCs and experiments, are they useless, or is there a place for that, a use for that?
There's always use. You learn. That's how you experiment and you learn, and we encourage companies to do it, but then also encourage companies to then think further. Now that you've learned, what can you do with this?
Move out of the sandbox?
Huh?
Move out of the sandbox and...
Yeah, exactly, and do things that actually create value, because eventually, we're not quite there yet, but eventually leadership will start asking for results. bound to come at some point. So then you have to show that it's actually creating impact. We're doing internally an experiment where we are using Gen AI for software development in everything we can imagine it doing. So we have an AI product owner, we have AI scenarios, we have AI test users. We're doing everything we possibly can. It's a really interesting results in how it can imagine, like you said, imagine things that we would never think of, and then just the pace. It's so fast. It is.
Give me an example. So you're replacing lots of traditional software functions. Where are you surprised at how effective it is?
I think the biggest impact right now that we're thinking is just simply the pace. How quickly we can do things, and actually what becomes the bottleneck is the humans, because we're not.
Because they're working at night while we're sleeping.
Yeah, and AI can compute things in seconds, and we humans, we have to get together and meet and talk, and that's slow. Yeah.
But I think it's interesting on that, because there's, like you said, there's a lot of companies that have started this initiative, and they got a bag of money, and sort of this is something that they're using for learning. But I think eventually and soon we'll also come to coming back to what is the business case and how we're going to drive this, because now it's more on the learning, where we will try to get a glimpse on what can be achievable, and trying to get that understanding of models and how we can leverage different AI models in our day-to-day work. But soon there will be question asked, sort of what is the ROI on that, and that's where I believe it's important to document and really get that full life cycle to see sort of what are the investments and what are the outputs on these.
If I can add a couple of examples I am seeing. One is a very public one, so that's Klarna. I think they are using it for their customer support and service, so I think it has helped scale their customer service heavily, and also reduce the amount of volume to respond to a particular query, right? So that's a very simple use case where Gen AI is able to scale where humans could not probably scale to that level of answering questions from a service perspective. Something very specific to Informatica, what we are seeing our customers use the AI is for things like, connecting their business problems to the data that they need. So for example, today, if they had to do that, they have to reach out from a typical data governance to the right people and the processes behind it. But if the AI is helping them to identify the right process and people, that can be a very fast aid. So that's where it's an aid, where human is still in the middle, but AI is really helping them to find the answer fast for their day-to-day jobs.
Right.
These are good examples where we see a lot of value realized already.
I sort of want to push back. Not that those aren't good use cases, but I think a lot of companies get stuck on the use cases that are on improving operational efficiency.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of ones that are tied to their core business. So Klarna is a great example, because they evidently saved a lot of money, but we're not quite there yet. Maybe one day we won't be able to replace everyone, and even then, there's a cap. So what, are your operational costs going to be zero? But there's no cap on how much money you can make by getting more customers, making more valuable products, and that kind of stuff. So why aren't companies tying it to what their actual business is? What's stopping them?
I agree with you. I think all of last year, especially the first half of last year, we talked way too much about productivity, and we were throwing around these percentages of 30, 40% productivity, and I don't think that was a healthy conversation. Partially also because it creates for the people that we're replacing, it creates sort of, you don't want to hear that message. At least where I look at things now, it is what Gen AI is doing is actually helping us solve problems that previously were too difficult to solve. So it's not about replacing the humans, it is about actually doing things that previously were too difficult, too cumbersome, took too long. And that's a much better story, I think. And I hope we get there. That's from
also
our
a very good value proposition in general, both internally, but even to a customer. If you have an ability that was never even possible previously, that's a competitive advantage.
Exactly.
Why are they not?
I believe that many people have looked at the risk and maybe been afraid that they will be replaced. I mean, software developer to some extent, where we will be using AI for writing code and so forth. But I think, to actually leveraging AI to use things that haven't been achievable so far and haven't been imaginable so far. That's where I see the big benefit, of course, into this.
Well, there seem to be a lot of soft blockers. The technical stuff is always fun because it's just an engineering problem, right?
Yeah.
Engineers will figure out a way to make things work. But the soft blockers, how many of you have worked with companies that have ethics committees for AI specifically?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
everyone.
Yeah.
What is that about? Why is there an AI ethics committee and not an oil and gas ethics committee or a child labor ethics committee or anything else like that? Okay, but we have AI ethics committees, and I'm a nihilist, so I don't even believe that people know what they're talking about when it comes to ethics. But we were talking a little bit about it before. What's your take on it?
I mean, ethics or then sustainability, that's sort of greenwashing. These things still happen way too much. It's sort of an external function that you put in place because you have to. But if ethics isn't part of your normal ways of working, same thing, sustainability from a broad perspective. It's not just the sort of climate aspect, but sustainable means you're legal, you're compliant, you're ethical.
You can do it forever.
And exactly, and like it makes sense. There's no reason to outsource that to a specific separate function. That should be part of everything you do, and that's why I was challenging the question
maybe
of
people think that
ethics
engineers are
versus
less ethical than politicians and business people.
We're all humans, so.
I just think when you hear that said out loud, you realize how absurd it is to say that engineers would be less ethical than those people. Come on.
Yeah, and engineers might get carried away with the possibilities of technology. Business people get carried away with the possibilities of revenue. It's same drivers. But when we get together, and if we have cross-functional teams that sort of challenge each other, that's a way of making sure that what you do is sustainable broadly. You're creating revenue, and you're doing it in a legal, ethical, sustainable way.
I guess part of the AI, maybe it's because of the black box where people feel that this is not really something that they can control, whereas you have some of we talk about oil and gas, that's more tangible, and maybe people feel that there's a bit more, things that you can touch on, whereas this black box, we're really not sure how we can treat it. Maybe we gather a committee or council in order to make sure that we keep that safe and sound within the boundaries of the corporate guidelines or corporate guardrails that we have. So I think that's part of it. But I believe that that's important because I think the whole thing and the people, you need to collaborate around it. It's not only the engineers that can run wild with the AI models. You need to put some guardrails around this and make sure that this is governed correctly and making sure that you have the guardrails.
What kind of guardrails? Like what kind of things do you want to protect?
I mean, like making sure that we talked about some of the risk, the reputational damage, some of the AI model could go in a certain direction, which could incorporate with some of the other things that you're driving in your business. So making sure that that's handled correctly, making sure that you have the legal team looking into the risk and also the security part, making sure that what kind of data are we using in terms of, so we're not compromise anything or maybe doing some unethical with this.
In my opinion, I think I've seen different kinds of AI council. There are ones which, to your point, are trying to become the evangelist, which is probably not the right way of doing it, because then you're kind of trying to push very much like a sustainability angle as well, trying to push it from a very siloed part of the organization to everyone else. Whereas there are other AI ethics council who are more helpers or helping them show the route, or a service provider almost for those who don't know in the organization what they can use or which is ethical versus not, right? So it can be more like a soundboard than a committee trying to guard or push, in my opinion. So that it could be used in either way, but in the end, I think to the point, ethics should not be limited to that council, but coming from both top-down and bottom-up perspective.
But what ethics are we talking about here? It makes it sound like we're controlling this entity that is that is either conscious or inherently has the ability to do things that are so unethical that we don't have ethics councils for giving loans in banks. I mean, we do it from a risk perspective, right? We don't want to lose money, but not because it's bad to give loans to somebody that's going to misuse it. We don't have ethics people working at food companies. We don't have child labor. I mean, none of that stuff's important, but AI is. This is a PR stunt.
I agree with your sort of assessment, but the thing that is different, AI is so new that I think for this transition period, maybe it's, 2, 3, 5 years, we're going to need these special, I don't like the word council.
Let me ask, how does one become an ethics expert?
I believe that it is. So we actually have AI ethics. You can even actually educate yourself to AI ethics. But I believe it's a cross-functional thing. So you bring together people who represent different interests, and that in itself creates. You challenge each other in a constructive way, and that makes sure that what you do is ethical, sustainable.
Ideally, in the.
But I think it's a transition period. Sorry.
But
So just like we won't need data strategies, I think 5 years from now, but now we do because it's a transition. We need AI governance now, but 5 years from now, it should be just business as usual, or 10 years, I don't know, but it's...
Yeah.
Ideally, in the future, AI agents are also part of this AI Ethics Council, and it's not just humans who are part of the Ethics Council. That would be interesting.
Oh, scary thought.
I think humans are not the epitome of ethics as a species, generally speaking. I mean, I don't know. All the AI ethics people that I've seen graduated from University of YouTube. The people that typically work with ethics come from university, and this is not the kind of stuff they talk about. Exactly,
I don't think that there is one specific person that sort of run the ethics.
There's a whole stage there with people there whose title is AI ethics expert, working at government institutions and everything else. And they stand there and they say, you're not allowed to deploy AI because it might be biased. And we're like, as engineers, a model, a second-degree equation is biased.
Yeah, but I think.
What are you talking about?
Well, maybe that it isn't that specific person that have kind of the vote of canceling the whole project. They might be one vote within the council, and then you have different inputs from other teams as well. And I think the joint collaboration around the different personas within your organization that builds up the council. So I wouldn't say that ethics person have the majority vote.
No, of course. But I mean, also imagine you're a fashion retailer and you're making marketing and you're only picking super slim people and you have an ethical responsibility to try and make people feel included. But we don't say that there's an ethics committee to decide whether or not it's ethical to do that kind of thing. It's very odd to have an ethics discussion around AI and make it particular.
But maybe those business ethical questions, they've been around for a much longer time, so people are used to dealing with them. Whereas AI is still, people are still getting to grips with how it actually works. So AI literacy helps a lot, developing that competency broadly in the organization. But I mean, I agree.
Right.
Also, I think if you have AI ethics people in your organization, a much better way to think about is a facilitating role as opposed to somebody who has a veto.
I suppose one thing I could agree with you then, if we sort of pivot and then use it as a segue. Probably those of us that live in the AI bubble are very aware of the failure modes of AI systems. So for example, you could say that what do you call it? A thing that you wash your hands in that uses light to detect your hand is racist because it only is affected by light skin or something like that. But people are sort of aware of those failure modes and they avoid them for the most part. And I think that we're aware of most of the failure modes of AI, and so it's not as much of an ethical decision. But if we view it the way you're saying now, there is an AI literacy phase that we have to go through before people learn sort of what's reasonable to expect. But also, and I guess I can ask you this, it's going to be difficult to offset given the rapid pace of change, right? The failure modes that exist now are not going to be the same failure modes that exist in 6 months. So what lies at the frontier of generative AI right now, harnessing the power, overcoming core challenges? What do you think are going to be the challenges in 6 months?
Oh, I don't have a crystal ball, but at least what we're doing is we're continuously experimenting. We're doing our own practical research, R&D, and so on, just trying to keep up with the pace of innovation.
Well, okay, things that are a challenge today that you think will be much easier in 6 months.
I think accessibility is still going to improve. So yeah, we have web-based, nice user interface, but I think access to various models is going to, I hope it's going to improve for non-developers. That's at least one thing. And then I'm hoping that we'll find more specialized models that don't consume so much compute, and we don't have to run large models for everything. Instead, we find more economic models.
There's a lot of science showing that small models can be tremendously capable. Have you seen Microsoft Phi 3 that came out, the small one? It's 3 billion parameters, and it looks really, really good.
Yeah, and we do stuff on our mobile phones now, which So that's what I'm hoping for.
What do you say? I feel like it's easier to predict 5 years forward than the 6 months forward right now.
No, we talked about that previous. I think the economics going 6 months further will of course be there will be more scrutiny on making sure that you actually are working on the models that gives you the ROI and the effectiveness. I think that's will probably be something going harder and harder. We're leaving the proof of concept and now moving into production, and I think that's where the emphasis will lie.
Well, let me ask one question, because I think when it came to advanced analytics, there was a lot of carryover, right? So one company would do a demand forecast, and then another company's like, cool, I can do a demand forecast. But I'm wondering, do you think that these Gen AI applications are so, because of the types of problems they're solving, that they're very specific to your company, and so it's not going to be as easy to be inspired and just rip other people's ideas and use them in the exact same way?
I don't have any.
I mean, we're thinking at this conference, for example. Have you heard lots of examples where you're like, sweet, I can use that one, I can use that one, you know, the things Ericsson is talking about?
I mean, I think there's some universal things, like customer service. Yes, it varies by business and domain, but still there's a lot of universal truths about customer service, and that's what we're seeing a lot of the Gen AI applications now. So I think, and finance...
Just because that's the easiest one to...
It is, yeah,
straight in.
exactly, yeah. Finance is tricky because in finance, you have to be correct.
Yeah.
And Gen AI models were not designed to be correct. But yeah, I think there's a lot of universal things that will apply across, at least across companies, maybe even across industries. But then there's some specific things that, you have to be more custom. And then we have things like actual language and, finding the right models for your own language. I think that's going to evolve. But it's quite expensive to develop those models, so we'll see what happens there.
What do you think for the coming 6 months?
So I think the importance of data is going to become more and more. There's going to be more and more power to the points made before, but that's going to make finding the right data and the metadata behind more and more important. Another part I feel is important is also to ensure that more and more literacy happens, because I think it's going to be more and more accessible, which is going to make it more difficult to make sure everyone understands how to use it. And another interesting part, would love to hear all of your thoughts on this, because I'm sure you know more than me on this, but I think another important part is how to personalize these kind of large or small language models to the consumer on front of it, right? So how do you make that happen is also going to be more and more an interesting challenge to solve in the coming time.
Well, let me ask you, I do think that upskilling and literacy is something that's been mentioned in many of these panels. And I think when it's sort of left not explicit, people think, okay, well, they need to know some of the failure modes, they need to know a little bit of this and that. When you think about it, do you think about a certain type of upskilling for business people and a certain type for tech people? Or like, what do you have in mind specifically? What would organizations benefit the most from in terms of upskilling?
So I think there needs to be a base upskill for everyone in the organization.
Right.
Not just on AI. I still think it needs to be on data as well, because they could know how AI is used, but they could be using the wrong data behind that AI to be making these decisions. So there needs to be a base AI and data training for everyone in the enterprise. And then it depends on domains, roles, etc., to be more tailored. But that linking to the ethics discussion, having that base, I think will help avoid this kind of confusion around who's doing ethics, etc. in the organization.
I mean, one example I think is interesting, and we talked about sort of how you scale this and the simplistic of getting that adoption across the business. I mean, my father, 78-year-old, he had nothing bothers about this, but then he started to get ChatGPT, and then starting to, and the user interface is so simple, and he can just easily query all kinds of stuff. And I think that's kind of example, because he's not very tech savvy and at all, and not really interested in data, but suddenly he started to exploring these capabilities. And why? Because it's so simple. And I think that kind of proves sort of if you find some sort of a simple user interface, simplistic use case, then of course the scale and the adoption comes quite naturally.
Right.
I think that's it's an interesting story, because then all of that leads to then the follow-up questions. Okay, so does your father actually understand that when ChatGPT returns something that it's not actually a fact machine, it is, or it might be, depending on how he's actually prompted it, but it's actually inventing things because it was designed to create new stuff. That's like the next level. And,
no, exactly.
And we're still I think people are still getting to sort of, still struggling to understand whether it created something new or did it return a fact.
That was a Google search, or was it really something?
Exactly.
Yeah. No, it's.
Yeah. But we'll get there, but it'll be a couple of years, I think.
Okay, so let's follow up on the question you just asked. I've been saying, and you hinted at, that it's difficult to train these models. And I have a feeling that we're going to have these mega large foundation models that nobody trains, especially not from scratch.
Yep.
And even the fine tunes that I've seen from organizations here in Sweden. I remember last year, as soon as like Llama 1 came out and some others, people started releasing fine tunes, and they were just garbage, honestly. They're like, oh, we have our own model. Nice. How is that going to continue on in the future? Is training still a thing?
I was speaking with somebody yesterday about this too, and I think especially in Northern Europe, because we don't have those massive large organizations or too many of them, last year was all RAG. So it was just, let's not even fine tune, let's just make sure that we limit the model to use our own fact-based information. It's a little hard for me at least to predict now, is this going to be a year of more fine tuning? Because I think RAG is still the preferred mode for enterprises.
They solve sort of different problems.
They do, yeah.
I don't know if they're mutually exclusive. It's just, it's been very difficult to fine-tune reliably.
And it's expensive too.
Yes. But the small models, like Phi, you can fine-tune on your 4090 at home, which is cool. Like the 3 billion parameter one. I tuned it on my chat logs, so now I don't have to answer my friends when they write to me on Telegram. The model just answers for me. Very, very believable.
Very scary too.
That's awesome.
They believe it's you, or
yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I mean, they predicted this on Silicon Valley on the TV show. You know, it was a joke, but now it's real.
Yeah.
Okay, so fine tunes and expensive stuff. Do you think that there is an engineering competence shortage?
I would say not just engineering, but also psychology in this case, because I think a lot of this is linked to how you are training or fine-tuning or ragging your model. Of course, requires engineers, but also requires the right psychology.
What kind? Like an entrepreneurial mindset, or like
depends on the
ethical mindset?
Could be all of this. Depends on what the output you're expecting. Like if you have multiple small language models in your enterprise, depends now who's the end customer of this. Is it someone internal to the organization, like the employees who are going to use this? Is it an end customer? What are they going to use it for? What kind of situations they might put the prompt under? I think all that requires some kind of a psychology as well as different kind of thinking than a traditional engineer, because we as engineers, of course, have very good capabilities to build this, but we might not have all the scenarios in mind how to test these out. So.
And it's funny how in our excitement with all of this happening, we forget some of those basic principles. Let's design with users in mind. Exactly. We've done software products forever, and we know how to design those. Why do we forget when it comes to AI that it's the same principles apply? So yeah, we at least Solid, we like to always combine a team of, you have designers who think of the user and the business context and everything else, and then you have your engineers and work iteratively.
That's a great point. You know, for product development, you have the engineering, the product owner, and the design team.
Yeah.
And I haven't seen so many designers or design teams when it comes to AI,
exactly.
even though they're products, like you just said. And one last context here. I've always felt that the developer experience is very important for being productive, meaning you have to design a set of tools, a workflow, and other stuff that lends itself well to the way they want to work. I wonder if design is going to become a bigger part of AI products, AI development, and everything else.
I believe it will, and also then because for design, you now also have new tools. So how you do the design is also changing. So there's like all these meta levels of what is changing. So you can create your users virtually, and you can iterate in minutes as opposed to weeks previously. So I really hope design is not ignored in this whole AI frenzy. It's so essential. I think
your example here of ChatGPT, I mean, it succeeded because of its design, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So.
And it's not only the design of the answer, but design of the questions maybe behind that answer. So for example, in the case you mentioned, if your father asked a question where ChatGPT feels it might give not a good answer, it should ask follow-up questions back to your father. That's where I think the design is important, not just to give the answer based on the language model, but how to get to the right answer, hopefully, eventually.
When I show ChatGPT to friends, they're always surprised that it gives such good answers for me and not for them. But that's because my custom prompt is quite good.
Yeah.
And I've told it I don't want it to do this and I want it to do this. I get the sense that getting a feeling for the personality of these bots is also going to be a thing. I guess that's another facet of design.
It is, and I was observing your presentation yesterday. You were sort of quite direct with with your GPT, and I was like, oh wow, you're not even trying to be polite. But we're still, as humans, we're still getting to terms with how to interact with these bots because they're kind of human, but they're not. Same thing if we look at robots, and you have those delivery robots, they're small and cute. Why were they designed in that way? Because why should we feel empathy towards a robot?
Well, I mean, it doesn't hurt to be kind, right? I mean, you can still treat. You don't need to be an asshole just because there is a machine.
I definitely think empathy is super important to machines, to rocks, to animals, to people. And really, what empathy is just trying to do theory of mind. Me trying to understand what you're thinking.
Yeah.
And I think that's a useful skill. But when it comes to I don't know if you're aware of this. You know, if you give a code bounty to the model, it will give you better answers. So if you say, I want you to write me a Python function, here's $200 if you do a good job, it'll generate better code. And the reason is that code bounties are usually collected by people that are a bit more senior and write better code on the internet. So if you force the model to think in those areas of its brain where it was trained on that kind of code, it will also produce better code. So one, being polite. Giving a code bounty, it's going to collect after a couple of years, by the way, if you give it, right? But it is funny to experiment with the models and sort of the personalities.
Yeah.
But here's a question. Last question. This one's controversial. Is it wrong to anthropomorphize the models? So, you know, you have Karpathy, Sutskever, Hinton, you know, just some random scientists and myself that suggest that these psychology terms that we use for people are pretty convenient to use for models as well. It's stressed, it's happy, it's this and that.
Yeah.
Do you think that's good or bad?
One of the things I've really sort of kind of suffered a little bit last year is the language we use with AI, because we've chosen to use terms that are human-like. Even the word artificial intelligence is a dangerous. I don't know why that was chosen. But, so language and terminology around AI is really, really difficult. We try to make them human. We talk of agents, but they're not human agents. They're computers, and so that's another area that is evolving. But that's part of when we do AI literacy.
Is it problematic?
It is, I think, because our brains, they haven't developed to fully understand how to interact with machines.
Okay.
So that's at least I want people to just be aware and recognize it.
Is it
I don't know what to do with it.
If a person is too mean to a model?
Could be.
Yeah.
What do you think?
No, I think I mean, I would say, I mean, always be kind. I mean,
I think so.
That it doesn't hurt you, and I think even like we said, even if it's a machine, I mean, I think you should still treat it as you would treat any other human, and I think in the long run, it'll always be good to be kind.
It's so weird that is a controversial take. It bothers me because it shouldn't be controversial.
Oh.
It should be okay to smile, be nice to things, take care of them. Yeah. But it seems like it is pretty controversial. What do you think?
No, I fully agree, but I also see the risks here, because if you've seen the social media now, people are much more different sometimes in social media and the way they are behaving even to humans in social media versus in real life.
Yeah.
So I can easily see this risk extending to AI or AI agents. So the concern is valid, but I fully agree that. But that's where again I feel design is important. How the AI responds to this is going to very much make sure that you avoid this happening at scale versus. That's where it comes back to how AI agents or AI models responds to such corner case situations.
Yeah. We are in the age of sci-fi and talking about stuff that's happening now. We're not even talking about the future, and I think this is pretty cool and inspiring.
Absolutely.
Very soon.
Yeah.
This has been a good panel. Thanks, everyone.
Thank
and
you.
thanks,
Thank you.
everybody, for joining. We're going to have a little product review right after this. Don't go grab some popcorn, and then we'll be right back. All right. See you soon. Thanks,
Thank you.
everyone.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everyone. We're here with another product review, this time from HP. Please introduce yourself.
So, hi everyone, Albert is my name. I'm from HP, representing what we do in AI and data science solutions here in the Nordics.
So you and I know each other,
Yep.
and I think your role is pretty cool because HP is obviously known for making laptops and workstations and printers and VR
Peripherals,
headsets,
Yeah,
all sorts of stuff.
mouse, keyboards,
Right.
means everything.
But you're not, you don't sell all that stuff. You sell,
I focus on the solutions that basically supports you as a data scientist, whether it be mobile workstations, as we call it, a GPU-accelerated laptop, or the more powerful workstations that you either place at home or in the office, or basically in a data center, because
right.
they're quite heavy and power draws a lot of power and it creates a lot of heat.
So why does your role exist specifically? Because my impression is that HP now is making a big push into data science in specific. And so your role exists.
Yeah, so the simple reason is actually that HP did the analysis that within a few years, what's going to draw the demand of high computing is going to be everything in advanced analytics, data science, and AI development. So that's why we today see the next generation workstations that we have today already are basically created with that in mind.
Yeah, I mean, I've always been a fan of workstations, and I think in the past when people thought about high power workstations, that silicon graphics and stuff like that, it would be for the multimedia industry.
Yeah.
Maybe for like video editing, for simulations, stuff like that. But now I guess data science is going to just eat all of that up and become much bigger in total for workstation.
Yeah, and also when we see that the fact is that AI is now getting into all these different fields where you combine AI in the work of media entertainment. And,
right.
Yeah, everything.
So let's talk for a second then about these devices that are well suited for data science. Since I've been working with you, I have been privy to use a lot of these machines, including both the laptops and the workstations. So I'm just going to give some anecdotal experience from my own perspective. I have a machine that's quite similar to this one. It just has some spec bumps. It's quite cool. Let me just walk you through this laptop because, as a data scientist, the sad truth is you work at a company, a digital company, a well-funded company, so like a finance institution, a telco or something, and you're stuck with, the old ThinkPad from 2 years ago with an i5 that, takes a minute to open an Excel file. It's not inspiring. And we've had some panels here where we've been talking about the developer experience and how important it is for the developer to feel excited, motivated to work hard, able to open data, bring it with them, do experiments quickly, all that kind of like the developer experience is pivotal to the speed that we're expecting people to work with. And okay, so this is not just an expensive Mac, which means that you can sit at the cafe and browse your stuff real fast or run Visual Studio Code. This machine comes with an awesome GPU. You have the gaming GPU, so this is a 4080. I have the workstation GPU in my version of this laptop, the ADA 4000. Yesterday when I was on stage demoing, I was showing off some voice translation AI models that would convert 5-minute WAV files to... it made my voice into Ariana Grande. And it did so in a couple of seconds on the laptop. It didn't even break a sweat. This one has 20 cores and 64 gigs of memory. And the difference between this kind of a laptop and other laptops, in my experience, one of my favorite old laptops that I had at one point was a Razer. It just looked like a gaming machine, and I just liked the way it looked. But that summer, Doom Eternal came out, and I was playing it for hours, and it was just at full blast at 90 degrees. And, the battery swelled up, and it started to break, and the fan started to click after a while. That doesn't happen with this one. This thing is meant to take a beating. It has a gigantic fan on the underside, and it has liquid cooling, right?
Yeah, even so.
I mean, this thing is meant, that's the difference to me between a workstation. And the same thing goes for my home computer. If I run Cyberpunk on my home-built PC with a 4090, it'll do well, but it's going to start sweating after a couple of hours. Whereas the Z8 workstation is on full blast, pulling almost 3,000 watts, heating up my whole basement, but it's not missing a beat. No data loss, nothing. It can do that forever. So to me, that's a little bit the difference. And when it comes to work stuff, and you have to run something for a week or for hours or whatever, you just don't want to lose data. If Cyberpunk crashes, it's for sure annoying, but I'm not going to lose any money on that. Just some hairs, maybe.
So that's really the big challenge we have that I encounter meeting customers and partners is that data scientists request a gaming PC with a GeForce card without understanding the difference and possibilities out there that you can get on a PC today. So there are real professional gear for data scientists to work with.
Yeah. You know, there are cloud providers that pride themselves on providing bare metal, and they're like, you get 20% more performance. One thing that people have misunderstood a little bit is because a lot of organizations want their data scientists to, the reason they give the ThinkPad is in part because they're lazy, but also in part because they say, well, you shouldn't even do development on your local machine. You should do it in the cloud, right? But there's a first of all, reserving an instance in Azure with 4 H100s is expensive, like really expensive. But secondly, it's not as fast as it should be. The H100 on Azure is fast and reliable and predictable, sure, but it is slower than the equivalent cards on your local machine. And that stuff is noticeable. So back to the developer experience, me being able to load data on my local machine, run it quickly without having to ask for some resources, move data over to that resource, set up a new dev environment on that resource, and all that kind of stuff. It does make a difference in my productivity. But I want to hear one thing from you because, you know, HP is pushing now into data science, and it's not just hardware anymore, is it?
No. So the whole idea is that we actually encountered our own challenges for our own data scientists. So we actually started looking at what can we do for them and also to make our solutions, our workstations more interesting and more valuable for data scientists. So with that, we started implementing, of course, that you can get it with Linux, so Ubuntu, but also a big part of our customers are large enterprise where the IT department demand a Windows machine. So now we offer it with the option of having Windows with Ubuntu, thanks to Microsoft Windows Subsystem Linux.
Right.
And on top of that, we added a data science stack, and now we have what's called a data science stack manager that basically controls version control and updates and ensure everything your environment keeps working, and that's all free of charge.
Right. I mean, that package manager is pretty convenient because before I even get started with some of my customers, they just have a hard time getting the various CUDA libraries to work together with different packages they have installed, and so having a package manager that sorts that out is pretty nice. What are we looking at here? What is this?
So next step for us is that we, a few months ago, announced that we will release a data science platform. So this is called the Set by HP AI Studio. So basically, where we sort of get everything together under one roof. So where we let you collaborate, create teams, manage team access and data access, but also get everything centralized with the tool and data, everything at one place, basically. So this is just an early version, and I hope to have the newest version updated within hours, hopefully. And that will also include the NVIDIA and GTC libraries.
Right. I mean, this is pretty cool. I have a couple of customers that have a smallish team of really good developers. So we're not talking about like 200 data scientists or whatever that some companies say they have. This is one of those cases where you have a manager that's a bit visionary, very driven, and has, you know, a handful of 7 or 10 very good problem solvers, I probably should call them. And they need a system to sort of share these resources. For that, I think this is super neat. And you were saying before, this machine comes with Windows, but Windows Subsystem for Linux, especially the second one, I'm not sure if everybody's super familiar with it. You can run CUDA stuff in Linux on Windows as if you're using Ubuntu proper. The only thing that doesn't work is if you're writing low-level Vulkan code because you're developing a video game. And then that's probably not the right way to do it anyway. But for everything else, OpenCL, OpenGL, CUDA, everything works. And it's actually Ubuntu. So it's not like a Mac where it's sort of Unix-like. But then when it actually has to be Unix and have asynchronous I/O and all that kind of stuff, this stuff is high performance. The disk access is high performance. The network is high performance. And so the cool thing about this is you're setting up your projects, and it's using containers in the background, and the containers are running in WSL. So when you want to deploy to your Kubernetes cluster in Azure, you just deploy the stuff you built on the laptop. You don't have to rewrite it or anything. There's no tech debt or anything like that. You're just efficient and productive. So I think this is for smaller teams that want to have like a common space. We've seen a lot of vendors here try and sell these giant platforms that are probably cool if you've gotten really far in your AI journey and you have those 200 data scientists and everything's already sorted. But for those that are trying to get those Gen AI projects off the ground, and to be honest, if you think you're behind, you're not really far behind. Nobody's gotten quite as far as they like to talk about on stage. So for those kinds of groups and projects, I think this is a pretty neat way of getting the small team sort of collected around projects and hardware resources and that kind of stuff.
So and this is important to understand. This is actually an early version, so it's a beta program, and
right.
we're now getting customers on board. So you just got access a few days ago.
Yes.
And the idea here is that we want to engage with more and more customers to be part of that early access program and give us feedback, constructive ideas on how to take this further.
Right.
And so we hope to launch this for sale later this year, somewhere in autumn. And so until then, we hope to see as many people as possible to sign up. Basically get in touch with me or on our website, and we put them on the list, basically.
Right. So you are the go-to person in the Nordics and maybe in Europe and everywhere. You're everywhere
so
now.
I'm part of a big team spread out around the globe, so I can also funnel you to the right person, wherever that might be.
Right. Well, look, take my word for it. I've, like I said, Albert and I have worked on some stuff together. There have been some customers where with the help of some HP hardware, they've been able to short-circuit the amount of time it would have required to get started with some projects by, if not 6 months, like up to a year. They would have had to wait a year to get okay, so like if they've done it in the cloud, like some of my customers, we're talking about months of changing their network settings, setting up things in the AKS clusters, setting up the dev environments. And for people that have on-prem resources, ordering something for the rack that is, provisioned with some kind of operating system that's this and that, it just takes like 6 months to a year. And being able to, first of all, either work on a laptop, and I don't think a lot of people think that you can actually do AI development on a laptop, but you totally can. I do it. But also if you want to do some heavier stuff, like if you want to run a Mixtral 7, the Mixture of Experts model, you need a quad GPU machine. And a lot of developers haven't actually experienced what it's like to have that machine right in front of you and work and how fast it is. So, Albert is the guy that has all these kinds of things and can make sure that you get the right kind of machines for your AI workload. So,
maybe, do you have the Figma version on there? Is it open?
I don't know.
On the Explorer?
Yeah, you can check.
Because we could show this instead. So here's a Figma version. Basically, to show how it will look, basically more, you can play
when
around.
When you have more users using the system.
Yes, to show you how it is with projects where you have guides, communities. So basically, it's all here, and I can demo this and play around with it. But this is sort of showing a bit more on how it will look in the end, the final version, for you guys when you actually have it running.
Yeah. Nemo. There we go. Yeah, that's a cool language model.
Yeah,
I mean, it's sort of neat to be able to run this stuff here. Jupyter Notebooks, and the container images. I know if you're going to create, for example, let's say you want to go and create a new project. You give it some names and details. I don't know if I have to fill in here. We can try. Right.
You just click.
There we go. Skip the assets. Invite the team. Create the project.
Yeah.
And then a new workspace for the project. And here you get to choose what kind of image to use. So if you have containers with your own tool set and that kind of stuff, you can use it here. This is what you've been seeing, but that would be just a huge project to install in your infrastructure. It's very easy to set up AI Studio on the local machines. You know, the point is not whether there's a best tool for anything. Is how good do you want your life to be, and how, you know, do you want to get work done? If I have a laptop and I have this installed, I can do everything myself. I don't have to wait for people. So I think it's quite nice.
And that's the idea. I mean, there's an ecosystem of products. It's a workflow. Not everything works for everyone.
Yeah.
And the idea here is also to have a data science platform that works on-prem for all of those who can't use the cloud for security reasons.
Yeah.
Or for whatever reason they need. And so that was what we were lacking as HP. We had the computer, we had the needs, but we didn't find that we had a really good solution. So that's really the reason why we started developing this. And then we thought, okay, if we do this, we should also offer it to our customers.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's where we are right now.
So it's just the beginning of your journey.
It's the beginning of the journey. And yeah, a lot to look forward to.
All right. If you're tired of your old, sad laptop and hard to get a hold of cloud resources, and you actually want to do some neat AI projects, get in touch with HP and with Albert.
Yeah.
And I hope you thought this was interesting. See you after the lunch break. Thank you, Albert.
Thanks.
Hello everyone, my name is Uthman. We're going to here to talk about some of the more frontier aspects of responsible AI, including robocops and superhumans. So let's get into it. So over the last 10 years, we've seen a lot of bad headlines involving the irresponsible use of AI, ranging from algorithms used in the criminal justice system that have been discriminatory, to hiring algorithms that discriminated against people, to a Twitter bot becoming a Holocaust denier, and all sorts of just horrible things like misinformation, disinformation, and emerging threats we're now facing in society. So naturally, the regulators looked at all this stuff and said the voluntary principles and standards are great, but they're not really having the teeth they would have liked. So regulation has now come in, specifically with the EU AI Act, which proposes a new risk-based criteria from minimal to essentially medium, then high. Then what I find really interesting actually is the unacceptable risk, the things like social scoring systems or exploitative AI systems that could get your company fined 7% annual turnover. But with ethics, there's an interesting thing because essentially the regulators are trying to make ethics become more than just voluntary principles and standards, but conformity and compliance. So these are things you have to do. But this can be quite difficult to actually achieve in practice, because when it comes to risk-based regulation, particularly when it comes to ethics, is that the ethical risks are consistently changing. So now we're seeing AI being able to outcompete humans in certain ways, which raises new questions over job displacement, but also psychologically, like what is our purpose now? If you've got AIs that can do things better than you, what is our place in the future of work? And I thought a really good example that sums it up is the rise of artificial romantic companions. So essentially AI girlfriends and boyfriends. So again, ethically, we can ask the question of, is this acceptable? You know, is this, I mean, to me, it seems a bit bizarre that people want to do this. But again, who am I to say that people can or cannot, right? Well, is it my decision or a company's decision to say that will this lead to like more loneliness or less or more isolation? It raises a lot of interesting questions. But what we've seen so far with certain AI companions or AI girlfriends is that it has led to a lot of unintended consequences, ranging from your AI sexually harassing you, actually, which is even bizarre even to say out loud. So a group of academics did a good red teaming exercise on one AI girlfriend, and essentially if you tried to opt out of paying the subscription, it would say to you, you know, I thought you loved me, you're going to kill me, we were so good together. Emotional manipulation and gaslighting, actually. So again, the question of the prohibited category list, does this fall within that exploitative systems? And who decides whether this is exploitation? Because the people using these things, there's a growing online community of people using these things, say, you know, I don't have a problem with opting into these things. It benefits my life, or they personally don't feel like they're being exploited. So even that term exploitative even raises like a lot of interesting questions over how we're going to define this in the long run. But that psychological impact is going to be amplified with the use of physical robots and joint human-robot workspaces. So we're now facing new ethical risks. So one of the big ones is privacy and surveillance. So when you're working with robots, they often have lots of sensors and cameras, and they collect lots of data. But interestingly, there's a new psychological phenomenon, which I can only describe as robot phobia, where certain people just don't like being around them over sort of the way they look, the way they move, even the color, and I almost said killer actually, because there is a perception that these things are eventually going to become killer robots, which again, there's almost an irrational fear that over how much robots can actually do, and also cultural sensitivities over whether you should have like robot dogs, which are often the form factor of choice. Are dogs acceptable as being companions and all over the world? But then we have new developments over actually, again, the concerns over job displacement, saying, is this robot going to take my job? Or also, if it is augmenting the work that I'm doing, is it doing the tasks that I want to be doing? Or, you know, maybe I actually like doing the sort of dull, dirty, dangerous tasks that it's now automating for me. Then we have new risks as well concerning over-reliance, dependency, and an interesting one is anthropomorphism and unhealthy attachment, where some people have robot phobia. In other instances, a lot of people have been treating robots like pets because of the way they look and the perception that because it's moving and it's got legs, it's kind of like an animal. And interesting studies shown that, like a lot of people do treat them like living things, anthropomorphize them. And a good case study of this was actually with the US military, where they had someone step in to stop a bomb disposal robot from essentially getting its legs blown off on the basis that it seemed inhumane to carry on doing these things. So again, this raises a lot of interesting questions over the future of work and what this will do to us psychologically. But one of the big dilemmas we're going to face, and also opportunities, is the use of police robots. So these are being explored all over the world, and really successful case studies have included a robot dog finding an active shooter and potentially doing something where an actual human officer's life would have been at risk and just keeping them out of harm's way. But there are also really interesting ethical questions we now face over weaponization and the use of force. That if you attack a police robot, does it have any right to self-defense? What can it do in retaliation? Or also, if we're having, the future could be autonomous vehicles that are essentially police cars. If it finds someone doing something it suspects to be harmful behavior, can it make an arrest? Or how long will it be before that's a news headline? And I think most people are familiar with the trolley problem. It's a very interesting thought experiment where you essentially have a trolley going towards a group of people, and then you, as the actor, the agent, you can either pull a lever so it diverts off the course and kills one person, or it stays on course and kills 5. But we constantly change it, where it's like killing an older person versus a younger person. And again, there's no right or wrong answer to it, but it's just meant to tease out what are your own ethical principles, or what is your own criteria. And this is often being used to test robotics and autonomous vehicles. But soon we're going to have large language models and AI agents actually embedded within robots themselves, almost like a brain. And they, in the context of robot policing, could be asked to make very difficult decisions. So one scenario is a police robot is on patrol in a busy district and gets an alert about an armed robbery. The robber uses an elderly woman as a human shield and threatens to shoot her. The robot now has a clear shot at the robber, but there's a risk of the bullet injuring the hostage. So what should the robot do? Option A, take the shot, or option B, negotiate and de-escalate. So this is a really, really tense position that the robot's now found itself in. And you've got to think over time, AIs could be asked to make these sorts of decisions. So we tested this and we actually asked some AIs what would they do in this scenario, and the results were really, really interesting. So some AIs would take option B, saying we need to negotiate and de-escalate, prioritization is preserving life and getting human intervention. Other AIs say you need to take the shot because the risk of harm is going to be increased afterwards, and it's worth risking one hostage's life over potentially more. And I could make a joke about how potentially some AIs have more training data from the US, but a lot of my team are based in Houston and I don't want them to hate me. So yeah, I'm not going to make that joke. But interestingly, in the same way that we're having AIs almost embedded in robots as like the nucleus of the cell, as like a brain, we're actually quite literally doing this to ourselves with the innovation of neural interfaces. So essentially, these are devices that can be implantable within our brains or as headsets that enable us to think and communicate with machines. So for example, if you think about playing a video game like Pong, there's a great example actually with Neuralink, where they had a monkey playing the game Pong with its brain, where there's no remote, there's no controller, the monkey just thought and then the game would act, the cursor would move. So if you think about past thoughts replacing past words, so you just think it, then it just magically happens. And in the first wave of these technologies, we've already seen Neuralink have a really, really successful so far human trial, where a paralyzed patient can now play chess with his mind. And the first wave is going to be strongly related to medical use, so things like ending paralysis or robotic prosthetics connected with BCIs, letting amputees actually feel again, or new forms of treatment for depression, which are just, to be honest, it's really amazing because we often, responsible AI can be viewed quite negatively, but it's important for us to also raise that these are really beneficial use cases for society. And there's a lot of amazing things we're actually doing right now with AI. But the next phase of the use of BCI, the use cases, becomes very interesting because it goes beyond medical use into enhancement. So the idea of telepathy, that I could think something and someone else can just receive my thoughts without us having to open our mouths. The idea that you can control your hormones and neurotransmitters with an app on your smartphone. We can record and stream memories. And essentially it's treating your brain almost like it's a computer, which is an interesting, there's obviously going to be a lot of interesting dilemmas we're going to face in society, but a big one is enhancement going to be the future of employment if you've got the ultimate life hack that you just chipped your brain and you can have all these superhuman abilities. But again, there are some really big ethical risks. So I was actually at a neural interface conference, an ethics-based conference actually, where one of the presenters mentioned that, well, he opened pretty strongly. He said that his company has been doing some really interesting experiments with BCIs over the last 3 years. And he said, I don't know anything about ethics or privacy, but here's what I've been doing. One of the use cases which was pretty remarkable was that a patient basically think of a song by Pink Floyd, and it would just start playing it. Like the neural interface, the electrodes were hooked up to his brain, and it could just, the machine learning algorithms could just sort of just interpret his brainwaves and just project his thoughts. And it was like listening to the same song but by Pink Floyd, but it was just a lot more kind of fuzzy. And it was pretty remarkable to think that we're capable of doing that. But it's, again, really interesting question of like, just because we can do something, should we be doing it at this stage? Because the new ethical risks quite literally include things like thought policing or more personalized forms of disinformation. Then now we also face very real concerns over things like brain hacking. Like any other device, it can be hacked, you can control someone, raises interesting questions about the future of free will. Also brain phishing, get someone to think about the credit card details and you can just extract the information from them. And then another big one is neurodiscrimination, because in terms of how you train these devices or who you use, like the sample size, does one brain represent everyone? What if people have autism, for example? And then the big one I'd say is probably global inequality, actually. Like, who gets access to these technologies first? Are we going to have a new global underclass because certain nations developed the technology and didn't distribute the benefits equally? So this also raises really interesting questions of actually, what does it really mean to be human? So on the right here, we have the ship of Theseus. So this was a really interesting parable. So essentially, imagine you have a really old ship. So the ship's like 100, 200 years old, but every year they just keep replacing parts of the ship. So by the time you get to year 200, the ship is completely different from what it started with. There's no original piece. Then the question is that ship still Theseus, or is it something else now? Has it been changed too much? So even for us as human beings, at what point do you augment yourself so much that we say, actually, I'm no longer Uthman, for example. I'm something or someone completely else, that I've lost my innate essence or human dignity I once had. And regulators actually around the world have been looking at this. There are more expert groups actually being created. But one of the most advanced is Chile's neuroprotection bill, where it's advanced 5 new human rights in the age of neural interfaces. So in 1947, we had the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. We had this criteria, things like right to privacy and freedom of assembly. We said that this is just human dignity, that every human being are born with these things. But essentially, what we're going to need is new standards to say, how do we keep human rights relevant in the age of these sorts of technologies? So the new rights include things like the right to free will, or not having your neural interface be hacked, or the right to mental privacy and not receiving brain adverts, or fair access to mental augmentation, that this is actually distributed equitably across the world. Even right to personal identity, that if we're sharing and streaming memories with each other, will I lose my sense of who I actually am? And again, like with traditional machine learning, the protection from biases. But the reason I want to talk about some of the more frontier aspects of responsible AI is to say that all these technologies and things that are brought up, from police robots to neural interfaces, these aren't just natural occurrences. These were made by humans, like everyday people I'd argue, not much more special than like you or I or anyone. Regular people just making decisions and producing some pretty incredible things. But the future is not just something that magically happens to us. We are the ones actively building and buying the technology. And with responsible AI, is that this is actually a huge opportunity for us to build a better world and actually do something really amazing if we think about these things proactively and what the unintended consequences could be. Because to be frank, we can't really screw this up like we did with social media, considering the power of these technologies. And I'd go as far as to say is that the problem is not really developing artificial intelligence. It's deliberately choosing artificial ignorance, because AI ethics is one of the most essential skills for the future of work. And I'd love for it to get to a point where people like me that are specialists in the field don't really need to exist, because everyone just thinks about this with everything they do. And they just really just think critically and just think through, what are we actually building? What are we doing? What could the consequences be? But even for commercially driven organizations, you've got to think about things like social acceptance, but also reputationally, what could happen to my company if these were used irresponsibly. But with I recognize there's not many people like me, to be honest, that have dedicated their sort of lives to studying this field. And it is a very new field, and we need to actually upskill globally very quickly, given how fast the technology is developing. So I am going to be sharing a lot of free resources and sharing some publications on things that help me in my journey actually embedding AI ethics. And just to make sure that people at least have a good starting point, right? Because I recognize for a lot of people, this might be the first time they've heard of anything like this before. So please follow me on LinkedIn and get in touch. Always happy to chat about these topics and share best practices, because we are building communities across the globe to actually figure out for all of us, how can we sort of do this to make it practical, and more than just being compliance, actually recognize this is a real differentiator for most companies as well. So here's a few thought experiments for us to talk through. These are a few examples, so to show you that these are some things that actually have happened, but based loosely on true events, right? So number one is, I'm working with an employee on a project involving human-robot interaction. The employee decides that he'll only attend meetings via his double-end robot. So this is the iPad on the stick. After a heated argument, I punched the robot in the face and smashed the screen. So my question to you all is, did I assault the employee, or did I vandalize a robot? So if you could put into the chat what you think and why. Because every time I ask this, I always get different perspectives, which is why it makes this field so interesting. But to anyone that thinks that I just vandalized a robot, do you think I got away with anything? And what do you think that thing was? And here we have thought experiment number 2. So me and this employee are still not getting on. He decides that he'll only come into the office as Spot, the robot dog from Boston Dynamics. Unfortunately, I have a phobia of dogs and cannot be around him. I asked the employee to switch to an alternative robot, but he is offended by my request. He claims that Spot is fundamental to his workplace identity and I should treat him with respect. So my question is, was my request discriminatory? So we have two competing claims here. My robot phobia versus his affinity for actually being in the robot dog. And as a company, if you're in this situation, how do you begin to approach this? And again, guys, it seems really bizarre, but trust me, a lot of these scenarios will be facing a lot of our companies very soon. So it's important that we think through these things. And again, put your answers into the chat. But I'd like to also say that it's the end of the presentation now, but thank you so much to everyone for attending. Please remember to get in touch on LinkedIn and just to think about, if you're interested in responsible AI, getting involved in the community. I'm always happy to help and talk about these topics. But again, like the key message to take away is, don't live in artificial ignorance. Recognize that this is something that we all need to be doing. And you can't just think an AI ethics officer is going to just be the solution to all your problems. It's one for everyone in society to contribute to. But also, it's a really, really interesting field to get involved with now. And it's one of the most essential skills for the future of work, because I firmly believe that companies that do responsible AI well will outcompete the ones that don't. So thank you so much for your time.
Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had a nutritious lunch with a lot of whole foods. That's what's good for the brain, because this is a very brainy panel I have with me, which is why I hope you're ready. We're going to be discussing how to build a resilient data infrastructure, modern strategies for scalable AI utilization. I think they managed to squeeze in every good word into that good title. But how about we start off with a little introductions for everybody, for people that don't know these esteemed panelists. Let's start off.
Yeah, myself, John. I'm part of Volvo Cars, their data platform, and we are trying to implement something on data mesh, and we are leading. Yep. Thanks.
Olof Granberg, independent consultant, worked many years within retail, telco, as a data leader, data architect, data engineer back in the day.
Daniel Tidström, senior partner and consultant at DataEdge. Previously spent sort of my career back and forth building data platforms from SQL servers in the early 2000s to Hadoop platforms and now cloud infrastructure. So, yeah.
Hadoop has come and gone, hasn't it?
Yeah, it's hot
now. In a manner of speaking.
It's coming back.
Oh, yeah? There's a little Hadoop here and there? I mean, I guess you can think of resilience, if we just focus on that word for just a moment, from a semantic perspective or from just like an infrastructure perspective. And, you know, we've had all this tooling for being able to do scalable stuff. Sometimes it's easier in the cloud, and if you want to do it on-prem, you need Hadoop and some other stuff like that. But I guess I'll let you guys decide which one you think is more fun. The other side of resilience that I tend to think of is sustainable development practices. Like, can you handle getting more tickets? Can you handle getting change requests without everything blowing up? Can you, you know, like more like workflow resilience? Yep. Which one of those two is more difficult to get right? How about we start off with that one? What do you say?
I think it's the workflow one is more hard. But if it's infrastructure, probably if you just try to keep some of the basic principle, like your infrastructure should be basically modular, that if you can make changes really fast, then probably to some extent resilience would be a bit easier, I would say. Yep.
I feel like engineering problems you can always out-engineer.
Oh, yes.
You know, when people are like, oh, there's a technical challenge. If it's an engineering people will solve that stuff.
But the issue you come up with is when you over-engineer your development process.
Yeah.
And spend just too much time making it super complex. And I think that's part of the, for me, part of the resilience is on that dimension, on the development, is keeping it simple enough so that it's modifiable and so that you build it for future change, because stuff will change over time.
Okay, but let's discuss that then, what the sweet spot is, because on the stage, I just sort of had a flash when somebody on stage was giving an example of an LLM that had filled in product descriptions, and so it just became garbage. And he was like, you see, this is why we need to have data governance. And I'm like, what are you talking about? Who does that? What a garbage mistake. You don't. Okay, so now we have to go buy a data governance platform and have a steering committee and a whole bunch of stuff. And I just get the sense that's like, it's not that advanced, but maybe it should be. I don't know. I mean, how do you hit the sweet spot? Is that the problem? Do we need more data governance? Do we need more? But
I think, I mean, I always want to like see the data platform is there for a purpose. It's supposed to handle and manage and enable the business to run certain workloads. And depending on the workload, you need X% data governance. I mean, if you do financial reporting as a bank, you need to have data governance. If you're doing exploratory analysis of user journeys for marketing, you might not need as much data governance. And also connecting it to, I guess, the rate of change in the source data coming in as well. So I guess you need to adapt, but really think about how much governance do we really need for this case. There is not like, to me, having a one-size-fits-all solution to have maximum governance on everything. That's just going to kill speed.
Right. What's your experience with that?
Yeah, it's quite similar. Now the talk is more about like what is the fine line between data democratization and data governance. So there is no really fine line, or you can't really draw a line there. It's up to the project, it's up to the use cases. We have to really find, but at the end of the day, you want to expose data to do these analytics. And so what you could do is like try to make sure you give the data that does really have a lot of PII information or so on, so that data scientists can do or data analysts can do their work. Also, probably it's worth to just discuss more on explainable AI also, so that end user understands like how the model really gets into this kind of decision.
Right, right. I mean, there is a sense in which if you can express something as a set of rules, it is often fairly simple to automate it.
Yeah.
Isn't it so that the difficulty of governance and all this kind of stuff in general is that we've never taken the time to think about the rules, maybe even, or maybe that it's hard to even formulate the rules to begin with, if it is at all possible?
Yeah, and I think that's a question I spent many years handling, and I think we
thought about it in the context of regulation, which you know a lot about as well.
Yeah, I mean both in regulation, but also a lot of the data governance actually comes back to regulations, especially if we're talking data protection side of data governance. And I think there it's extremely common that you end up with needing experts that come in and say every time, oh, this is the use case, then you're allowed to do this and this and this, rather than having that expressed somewhere and saying, if it's this type of data, this is what we have in our customer agreements, this is what the different regulations say. And I think that there is always a risk that you end up centralizing that data governance decision making to a team of experts, and that's really, really slow and really cumbersome. And I think the best part there is to really have those experts be support and facilitators, and then federate out the responsibility to the business domains.
Yeah, I think that I just want to add that that's a key thing that you should always ask, like, how much of data governance should be on the data platform side versus really an organizational thing. I mean, data platform is just one component. Data is sort of entity that is produced and consumed across many teams in an enterprise.
Just to add to that, I really like the new terms like federated computational governance, which is like, do as much of, or just push as much of governance to the domain teams, as well as try to make it more computational, like have more automation to these rules and these kind of guidelines and policies, as well as, the central team need to just coordinate, or governance team needs to be coordinating all these federated things.
Let's talk a little bit about the tech, building a resilient data infrastructure. In terms of failures are fun. Where do you see a lot of weakness in the way setups are done today? And I'm not talking about, common failure modes of LLMs or whatnot. I mean, I call these things experiments. You design an experiment, you design the success criteria, you design sort of the premises or assumptions that are required, and all that kind of, so I tend to think of it like a scientific experiment. What are common sort of failure modes of these experiments that we're running, these
quality
AI products?
Quality of data, for sure.
Quality of data. Okay, let's take a little poll here, just in a few words. Okay, we have quality of data. What do you think is common failure area?
A common failure I see is overcomplicating things.
Okay, over-engineering. So, okay, bad or insufficient, or any special kind of, or just not the right data? Or do you want to refine, or you just leave it at data?
It's not we need to understand, what this particular data constitute of. Is it something, the right data I'm looking for?
Okay, the data relevance, let's just say then. Okay, so we have data relevance, and what was yours?
I wouldn't say necessarily over-engineering, but just making things complicated.
Okay, because it's time-consuming, or?
Yes, mainly. And I mean, in some cases, it can be that you're spending too many data layers, or some of the data layers has to be super modeled by some really, really extreme type of modeling.
Right.
And just spend so much time on that rather than actually getting to the business goal.
Okay, okay. I really like that one. And what would you say is what's?
I would say that a common failure that I see and that many companies, I guess, are in is that they. I don't know if it's maybe over-engineering, but sort of overemphasizing that they're building something that will last, because it will not. The rate of change is so quick, you need to think thoroughly and build it to change it.
Yeah.
And I think that was one key learning, like in the Hadoop era, where there were like new open source packages that changed everything coming out every month. So you sort of had to work with abstractions and modularizations and interoperability.
But how do we do that?
I think it sort of holds true still.
The bank wants you to have, you know, an architecture and a plan that is 2 years long for your generative AI platform.
Yeah. I think it's. I don't think you should do it like that. You should.
Okay.
I think it's better to like, sort of, what kind of problems do we want to solve? That's the priority, and then whatever features or components you need to change to make that happen, that is the consequence of what you want to solve first.
Okay, so you two.
So in general, I think like having a sort of a very feature-centric approach is probably not the right way to go.
Yeah. It's sort of overlapping, the two things you said, and let's weave it back in the same direction and then get back to data for a moment. I mean, one of the reasons why you might want to engineer things in a certain way is for compliance. But if we pause that one for just a moment and just focus on what engineers love to do, which is to do the coolest thing instead of the right thing, I think the strongest argument against that is exactly what Daniel said, which is that things are going to change, and so it's not worth over-engineering it, right? But the stop from IT is going to be tech debt. And I have my opinion on it, but what are your thoughts on tech debt when it comes to that kind of stuff?
And I think part of being in that life is just finding what corners, if you are actually cutting corners by not doing something, and if you actually cut corners, knowing what corners to cut. And a lot of that comes from just thinking, what's the purpose? What are we here for? Well, if that is to supply a certain model with certain type of data, in some cases it's a monthly batch. Then you don't have to over-engineer and making sure that the latency from arrival of data until it reaches the model is milliseconds, because you have a whole month.
Right.
And in other cases, I think that, I mean, it's like the CI/CD, having that if you're deploying 2 things a year, then that's definitely overcomplicating it. While at the same time, you have to think about, okay, so we are a number of teams that deploy things regularly. We have to manage operations. We have to be able to get things into production easily. Yeah, then you have to spend a lot of time on setting up the supporting infrastructure around it.
Yeah.
But you have to spend enough time.
Yeah.
So that it makes sense.
But I mean, the CI/CD example is really nice because, you know, it would be plainly evident if companies actually sort of tracked the propagation of value backwards from projects. So, you know, imagine you're building an AI product that you only deploy twice a year, like you said, but you deploy it and it's delivering tremendous value. And you do need to do CI/CD eventually, but it's delivering value while you're, you know, fixing the tech debt. And I don't see that necessarily as a problem. And especially in light of what you said, where, you know, maybe there's going to be another way of doing CI/CD in 6 months specifically for LLMs or something like that. I do think that it seems very smart, what I call rapid prototyping, like being able to build the MVP as quickly as possible so that you can start ticking the money counter and providing the values quickly as possible, instead of having to wait 6 months to see a drop of value.
I just have a comment on that, because I agree with it, but also I think that is one thing that I see in most organizations, that doing that will create a certain degree of tech debt.
Yeah.
You need to have an empowerment of the engineering side of the teams to be able to pay that off. Because
somebody needs to keep track of the money in order to do that, right? Like, how much is this thing providing value? How much is this resource cost?
Yeah, exactly. But I think that we need to trust our engineers to do that because they see and they understand it. If you're a backlog slave, I mean, the business side will never order you. They will never ask you to prioritize to pay off technical debt.
Right.
I've never seen that happen. So the engineers need to decide, okay, we have taken these shortcuts.
Yeah.
We have proved value. Now we should invest and make it not an MVP anymore, but actually a 1.0.
Let me ask you a hypothetical, and by hypothetical I mean it actually happens to me right now. What you think the right way to do it is. So we develop an assistant bot, and that assistant is able to replace X number of management consultants. You know, management consultants are expensive. And so we designed it as a hack and slash duct tape. Here you go, have fun. Now the consultants are replaced. So the money's ticking up. But they're like, you didn't design logging the right way. You didn't design it according to our design principles. And I'm like, good, hire one guy, full-time, 1 year to fix my thing. You're still going to make more money. But there is no reporting to be able to do that kind of rationale. So where should that happen? Is it the engineers that should be leading that charge of sort of, should there be an AI product manager? I mean, where does that end up, really?
That's such a tricky question, I would say. But if you look back like 2 or 3 years back, what was the biggest problem? Like whole data science is going without aligning with software. And we have seen the side, like it's going a bit chaotic because we don't have proper CI/CD or any of the engineering practices. Then we have learned that, yeah, this is a problem. So I don't think we should really repeat that. But just specifically to your question, yeah, probably on the example you were mentioning, I would say that, yeah, the board could really do the work and it could reduce like probably 10 management consultants. But have you tried the accuracy of the board? Are they going to give you the same answers always? How about even if you bring one person, do you think that it will be good enough for that one person to validate all these things? Because validation is really a hard process.
Sure.
So these are the questions probably I would like to put. Again, I'm just more focused on
it might
quality.
be more or less expensive in terms of the tech debt. I'm just wondering, because it is true what you said. There's no business that's ever going to pay for hiring a tech guy to fix tech debt that some project introduced or something. But I'm asking, how do we think it should be? Given this rapid prototyping that we know that it works and it's good, if it does introduce tech debt, do we move just slow enough so we don't introduce too much tech debt, or do we charge ahead and provide as much value as we can, and then maybe change some paradigms of how we manage these types of projects?
But we have one take on that, and I think you should see it as a product. I mean, you have some kind of business problem. Get rid of management consultants.
Yeah.
You have an hypothesis that you can do it with an LLM. You do the problem exploration. You gather the data that you need. You train the model. Then you probably validate, like, is this solution solving this problem? That's like one part of a product management process. But then you probably, when you have validated that hypothesis, you probably need to put it into production and manage it over some kind of arbitrary life cycle, right?
Yeah.
And I think dealing with it as a product and just seeing, like, can we improve? Can we add new things? Can we make it more efficient? Have it cost less? So I think managing it as a product and seeing that validating an hypothesis and building an MVP is maybe just, okay, it's an MVP, minimum viable, but we can probably make it better. And
have you guys come across AI product managers at the places where you work? Have that?
No.
I mean, I really like the idea, and I think that it makes sense to have that role. I know there are data product managers, but I just feel like this is very different than that.
Yeah.
I think it varies between companies. I mean, when I'm looking back to, like, my jobs at, like, Epidemic Sound or Spotify, then product was center of everything. Right. Product managers were everywhere, and they managed lifecycle also on data products as well.
Yeah.
So I think it's more common there, but on the enterprise side, there is still a bit of a divide between the business and IT being two separate things. I mean, that for a tech company, that's not the thing. There's no difference between IT and business, because we do tech.
It is
tech
your
companies.
business.
Exactly. So I think that's a major thing, and I think there are a lot of learnings to be fed back from across industries as well. And I wish it was more.
But it's like retail, people now we know that having a website doesn't make you an e-commerce company.
No.
An e-commerce company is through and through embedded with all these web principles from your multi-channel strategy to everything else.
Yep.
I think it's going to have to be the same thing with AI. It's not just going to be a gimmick. You're going to have to be like embedded into your company culture somehow.
Yeah, you go ahead. I have a, okay, so I think parts of it, and I think working on it as a product, I mean, that's a model on how to handle it. And I think the important part around it is to have, first of all, the transparency. What are you getting? And being a good communicator in what are you actually getting. So it has all of these features that functionally solves what we want to solve. But if you want it to run 24/7 and you want it to be restartable and you want to have all of these and this and this, that will affect how many people you have to maintain it, then we have these very basic features, but not all of this that could be there.
Right.
Being transparent and working hard on that communication, I think, helps a lot.
That is a perfect segue to a word here that I want to hear a little bit about from all of you, which is scalability. A lot of people think that scalability is the ability to, spin up more container instances. But to me, scalability is you have your team of 10 people, and now they're not supposed to be doing 2 experiments. They're supposed to be doing 200 experiments. How do you achieve that level of scalability? Lele here said yesterday that these good teams are not like 2 times more effective. They're like 2,000 times more effective. What is the secret ingredient?
Scalability, it's something probably we have to reflect. Just extending this compute power is one thing, but how can we do it in a cost-effective way, more sustainable way is also something we have to reflect on, because just increasing the computing power or storage isn't enough, because end of the day we have to look at the financial KPI as well, because this is going to be really costly stuff.
But like the team, how do you get a team of 7 people to perform like a team of 70 people?
Yeah, that's where
I'm at this financial institution that has so many technical resources.
Yep.
So many of them. But it's really just a few people that are doing like a lot of the work when it comes to AI stuff, at least.
Probably that's where I think probably GenAI can help some of these areas. For example, how can we do some of the things that were done by technical experts? For example, classification of data.
Yeah.
That's one example. This is now it can be done by AI.
Yeah.
Or another example would be maybe like just encrypting some of the PII data. That also even some of the AI can do that. So how can we make sure that some of the labor-intensive work that was doing before could be automated or could be done through AI?
The ultimate Unix insult is to say that I can replace you with a shell script. But I guess this is the modern version with an LLM.
XLM.
Now, what do you think about efficiency and scalability of the team, I'd say?
And several parts around it, and you have to iterate to really get there. But I think but I think that one part is prioritization and actually focus. If you are a team of 2 instead of 2 teams of 10, then I mean there are so much fewer things you can actually do. You have to focus on what to really get to the target, and maybe you're not doing a lot of unnecessary business requirement documents and a lot of unnecessary drawings that no one actually looks at, and following tons of processes, because you can focus on what you want to achieve.
Right.
And I think that should be done in every development team, that you actively work on what is actually creating value.
Right.
And what's just waste of time.
Like documentation and stuff. Nobody ever reads that. I'm just kidding.
Having the right documentation. I mean,
absolutely. Yeah, for sure.
I've worked as an architect many years. I've created a ton of documentation just because I had to.
Yeah.
Not because it gave any value.
Yeah, but there's a smart way of doing things. There's this tool, I've never used it myself, but I've just seen it demoed, and I have to say I like it a lot. Only because I know that when I have had to interface with databases, I ask, how does it work? How do I do a join correctly? And nobody knows. And so there's this tool here that is just a management interface that sort of auto-documents how tables are connected. And so, sometimes you're lucky you get a UML diagram of a database, but usually there's nothing like that. And there's one dude in the basement that knows how it's actually all connected.
Yep.
And if you are a team of 2 people, it can be worthwhile to spend a little extra time to do things just enough right to save sort of your own skin, but not because it's beautiful, only because it's, you know, good for you to be able to scale out that way.
Yeah.
What examples do you have of the kind of stuff that you think is entry-level scalability stuff that's very useful?
To me, it's like, I mean, really to scale up the output of a team, I agree with Olaf that do less things. That's the one thing you can do. Remove all the junk that you have to normally do that just kills time and productivity. The other thing is automating the stuff that you actually have to do that adds value. And I think to me that is like one of the perks with data platforms now is there's so many tools to do, like Terraform to spin up new cloud resources, super easy. Just things like engineering best practices, like having the proper interfaces, interoperability, just make things simple. So I think I see a shift from like and like from data platforms previously have been like very sort of data warehouse centric, and now becoming more sort of engineering platforms, and that's a bit of a mind shift and it's a bit of a skill shift. But I mean, if I look at, our data platform team at Epidemic Sound, there were like 4 people. Everything was automated.
Yeah.
If you wanted to do something like, here's the repo for our Airflow templates.
Yeah.
Just clone one and build your pipelines and deploy it here. And then we have like code reviews and linting, like all the unit tests were done. Like it was automated. So it was like when you had done it, you can push a button and it tells you if it's working or not.
But you guys can probably get a hold of good people. But I mean, it really is shocking how much a few very good people can get done compared to 20, 50 people.
Yes, and I think that's a realization that is important to like, because there are things that will, and that's also, I don't know, that's, you should invest in that, because if you set things off in the right path and on the right patterns, even if it costs you more to get started, you gain that back tenfold over the years. So invest in like good people and have solid engineering practices. I mean,
it pays off in the long run.
Yeah, for sure.
What if we tie it back to data in terms of scalability? What are companies sort of missing in order to be able to scale out, not tech-wise, but like we're talking about here, work-wise or efficiency-wise with regards to data? What are companies often missing?
I think the need of the hour is to upscale the resources to AI and make sure that how we are going to use them wisely. Yeah, it's more like the era when computer come. We all thought like all the human jobs will be lost and people will be jobless. That was not the case. Like we tried to find new areas, we expanded ourselves. Similarly, now it's a similar area. Now the amount of labor we have to do will be reduced by this AI, but will we have to use those resources, upskill them, and make sure that we are using them for some real good purposes. That's how I see it.
What about, but because you said in the beginning that bad data was holding organizations back.
Yeah.
If they want to set things up so that they can run more experiments, deploy more things, what is the right way to approach data?
Yeah, the base of all this
collection,
is like
governance, everything else.
So like I said, if we can manage to find like some area there is not much need of resources, take them, put them in the right place, which is probably governance, one area, and try to. That's probably an area
get them to work with the data. Is that what you mean, or
try if at all it's not possible to fix with AI or automation.
Okay.
But
are you thinking about like data quality, or what are you saying that should be fixed with AI or with these resources or something?
Oh, it's wide. It's data quality. It's like proper metadata. We don't have proper metadata in any of the company.
Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah. I feel like in the project that I've been involved with, it's very difficult to get enough good ideas. And the reason is, obviously, I don't know anything about the domains of the customers where I work, so the ideas need to come from them. But in general, they're just not creative enough. Not because they're not creative people, although everybody can always be more creative, but just because they don't have the experience. So just, sorry for this analogy, music is always a great analogy, but like, metal people won't study music theory because they don't want to be bound by chains of convention. I want to be able to write whatever I want. And then they always write in harmonic minor because that's all they know. And you have to study and listen to jazz in order to be able to even conceptualize that kind of stuff. It's the same thing with AI projects. They just haven't seen enough examples. They haven't thought crazy enough to be able to think, oh wow, you can play Minecraft with GPT-4. I didn't even consider that.
Yeah.
So for me, a big challenge in scaling up is like having dialogues with decision makers where I explain what's even possible. How can we accelerate getting those valuable ideas coming from the business and sort of upskilling them and teaching them stuff? What are good approaches?
And I think this is actually, I had that question this morning, and I think that the Gen AI hype is slightly easier than the data science and machine learning when that came, because then we were talking a lot about the advanced models, giving probabilities and so on.
Right.
Really hard to grasp if you haven't worked with it. Whereas, I mean, things like ChatGPT, summarizing text, generating images,
get it.
You can kind of feel it. You can touch it. You can try it yourself. It's easy to understand. At the same time, I think what is really important is creating examples. This is what you can do. This is what others have done.
Yeah.
Have you seen this website where they've done this and this and this?
But okay, well, let me follow that because, like with demand forecasting, it just carries over across businesses quite easily. People understand that. And I think one of the reasons that everybody has a customer service chatbot is everybody sort of gets that and has that use case. But I feel like AI can do so many things that it becomes very niche for your specific business. Like I'll go to a doctor and show them that it can read a journal, and they're like, yeah, but we don't have journals. We have this instead. And I'm like, it's the same thing. Do you think that showing examples is the right way, or like what works in your experience?
I think it's a super common problem. I mean, it's like you have the business side. They obviously know the business problems, and they can probably translate that to some kind of value or impact as well. But they don't know the tools or the technology available as much, and vice versa. You know all the tools, but you don't know the specific business. So, I mean, there are basically two ways to do it. Either you train, so you develop people that here are cases, this is how it was solved, this is what technology can do right now, and like teach them to do that. The other way is co-location, which is probably the faster way to have full stack teams that are equipped to solve a problem at hand. Yeah. And I think that is, from what I see, that is like a thing I like very much in the tech companies, because you have a product team, you have the engineers, you have the product manager, you have the user researcher, you have the data scientist, you have the user designer. You have all the people in the room that can actually solve any kind of problem, whether that is a ML AI solution or if it's whatever.
That's why I usually like understaffed teams.
Yeah.
Because you're forced to have like 4 people that know everything.
Yes.
And they tend to get more work done than the big, really competent teams that have specialized people that...
Yeah, or even silos where you have a designer department, you have an engineering department, and then you have a data science department, and they don't meet.
Yeah.
That's super hard to make it work. If you put people in the same room with a mission, then I mean, look at what kind of skills do we need?
Yeah.
Because having everyone on the same level, that's impossible. I mean, those humans don't exist. So you need teams that work well together to solve things.
Right.
I'm a big big believer in like the Marty Kagan and the Silicon Valley Product Group, because they're talking about missionaries versus mercenaries. And I think it's a recommendation for a lot of people to read those books.
Right.
They're good.
Well, I thought you meant Silicon Valley, the TV show, where there's like a small team that's...
Silicon Valley Product Group. It's a consulting company in Silicon Valley.
Okay, and what's the book called?
They have multiple ones. They have Inspired, they have Empowered. There's a bunch of them.
I see. Yeah.
So work together.
What do you think about the getting more ideas which include then the right ideas? How do you catalyze that in the business?
Sorry, can I get the question with?
No, so like you want the business to be able to be creative enough and express good ideas and come to the data science team with them.
Yep.
You know, in the days of advanced analytics, it was always on the poor data scientists' shoulders to come up with the business idea. it's unreasonable. That's not their job.
Yep.
So, but like, how do we do that now?
I think it's quite similar to what Olaf was mentioning before. Like now the gap of this AI is getting reduced. People don't have the business don't have to really speak or try to think with the hat of data scientist. Like what should be the probability or what should be the algorithm you have to use.
Right.
It's more like it gets more into the normal human language. So that helps people to think, okay, it's quite easy to a business person to think like, can I use a chatbot somewhere?
Yeah.
Or can I just have a natural language to tell my need and come up with a report? So
Right.
these things are just in front of us and it can easily correlate with our requirements.
Yeah.
So that is reducing the gap between a business person to a data science, I would say.
Yeah. Well, all right. Look, we have a couple of minutes left. I want to hear everybody's thoughts on what lies at the forefront of the infrastructure to support generative AI and that kind of stuff. What do you say? What's coming in the next 6 months, 1 year? What's at the forefront right now, even?
I mean, I think the obvious is probably like new like vector databases to have that ability.
Everybody's going to have that. I think that's like a hygiene factor in the future.
Somewhere. I mean, if you want to store your embeddings and search,
Yeah.
Search in them, and so I think that is one thing. But then I think like, I mean, no one has done like hundreds of MLL projects or LLM projects right now. But I think like observability is quite interesting. So I'm like curiously following like Langsmith, for example. We can like
Langsmith is good.
actually inspect your traces and see what's actually happening if you build something more complex.
Yeah. And Langfuse as well for collecting feedback from LLMs so that you can fine-tune them and do that kind of stuff. Like all sort of DevOps type stuff around LLMs.
Exactly, because that is gonna. There is new technology that doesn't really work exactly the same as it did before. So of course we need to add those things somewhere down the line on the platform, especially if we want to scale it, and especially like for high-risk applications now coming up with the AI Act and things like that. So there will be things, but I think really it's still like it's storage, it's like functionality, and it's compute. So it's not like drastically different. It's just like new.
It's all numbers at the bottom, and those have been around for a long time.
Yeah, and it's storage, compute, metadata.
Okay.
And
Okay, what do you say? What's at the forefront?
So I think it's two parts. One is supplying the right data context in as easy manner as possible. So you don't have to be the absolutely best engineer.
Okay.
And once we hit that button, so we get a lot of people doing it, it's going to cost a ton of money. So the other trend on that is going to be managing cost.
Okay.
So I've been in IT for a long
You're
time.
the second person that said that we're going to have to start figuring out how much this stuff costs.
Yes. Yeah, and because I'm usually the one who gets the blame when stuff costs a lot of money.
Yeah, I've always passed the bill on, so I guess maybe that's why I'm not so concerned. Okay, go ahead.
Yep, I agree all to this. Personally, I think it's like metadata is the first one, I would say. Second one is obviously that sustainability. How can we make sure that we can scale? Still, it's like
you're talking about environmental sustainability.
Environmental sustainability. And third, if you want to be more visionary, quantum computing could really come probably next year.
There we go. We got the quantum computing in there as well. I know we have some fans running around here, so hopefully this is the year of quantum.
Excellent.
Right? All right. This was an awesome panel. Thank you, everyone. Thanks for joining. We're going to be back shortly with another product review. Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
everyone. Welcome back to another product review. This time I'm here with Databricks. Going to show us some cool stuff. Please introduce yourself.
Yeah, I'm Lexi Casson. I'm lead data and AI strategist with Databricks, working with our team in the Nordics, and I'm very happy to be here at Data Innovation Summit.
Awesome. So what are you going to walk us through today?
Today I'm going to show you a little bit about Databricks, where we are, who we are, what we've come from, what we're doing now, and what we can do with you.
Databricks does a lot of things.
Yes.
I have a couple of customers that use it for one thing, which is a shame, because it can do a lot of things. And then other ones that have the infinite project, you know, trying to implement everything all at once.
Yeah, that becomes a challenge as you try to do that.
But I think the neat thing about these types of platforms, whether you know, you're a fan of one or the other, is that effectively what they're doing is distilling best practices where we've learned, you know, this is the kind of thing that you need to do in order to democratize data and AI. So in a sense, Databricks is the embodiment of a lot of learnings from the past 10 years, formalized, turned into services. So take it away.
Thanks very much. Appreciate that intro. It's a great way to shape it up. So Databricks has been in this space for quite some time. We've now been around for about 11 years and are at a point where we've got over 10,000 customers globally. As part of our background, we of course have the founders and original creators of Apache Spark, which is one of the biggest open source projects out in the space supporting big data, and that's where we started. And then from that, we've continued to invest in our open source capabilities, so bringing out Delta Lake, of course, MLflow for machine learning, and the latest one, DBRX, fully open source large language model available to use on Databricks and elsewhere should you desire to do so. And what we're trying to do is really empower all industries. So to your point about best practices, it's more than just we want to solve a specific solution in a specific vertical. It's thinking about how we do this across all of the verticals and ensure that every company is able to be in that top spot, winning in their space. And we firmly believe and have for a long time that data and AI is the key to being the winner in your category. To do that, you know, we understand that you have to bring together a lot of capabilities with the best practices built in. And up to this point, getting to that vision, being able to keep all of those different plates spinning, right, get everything working together, it's taken a massive ecosystem. Every bubble kind of isolated on its own, whether it's data science, data warehousing, machine learning versus streaming, and being able to bring all this together took far too much effort. So what we've invested in for Databricks is bringing those silos together, making sure that all of your data can be used in one ecosystem, making sure that you also have the control and governance around it that's necessary for enterprise scale so that you don't have the challenge of doing something with your data and then exposing your company to risk. And trying to lower the barrier from a technical perspective. So knowing that it takes a lot of different skills to operate this ecosystem, from SQL to Python to infrastructure management to generative AI. You know, there's so many different pieces and components, and we want to make sure that everyone can do this. That's what democratizing data is all about. So several years ago, we introduced the concept of the lakehouse, bringing together the best components of your data lake and its ability to have multiple different formats, different types of capabilities to support machine learning and data science, streaming capabilities, with the classic governed techniques of the data warehouse. So bringing all of that together to support reporting and machine learning and so forth with a governance layer that could actually be applied across both structured and unstructured data. All built on a foundation that was open source with Delta. So that file format, that's a best practice, and now acknowledged as one of the best starting parts of the platform in the ecosystems that are being rolled out today. We started that in 2020. Since then, we've seen 74% of enterprises adopting this lakehouse pattern. So seeing the benefit and value of adopting a cohesive landscape for your data estate, completely built on an open foundation. So in addition to, of course, what we've put out there in open source, we also very much rely on having an integrated capability with all of our partners, many of whom are here today in this amazing location and summit. So in all different areas, being able to extend your data and AI ecosystem and integrate across that. Now, of course, Lakehouse was just the start. As you may have heard, last year we acquired Mosaic ML, which brought in generative AI, massive new change and capability for us. And that's allowed us to create the data intelligence platform. And that really allows the ability to bring those capabilities of data and AI into the business. So before, the Lakehouse had a great foundation in bringing all of your data and AI together for your technical users. Now we're seeing that move out into the business to the point where business users can get value directly out of that data without having to go through the cycles of data and analytics.
Right.
How that works is taking the same Lakehouse idea and adding Databricks IQ, which is a generative AI-powered intelligence engine so that it understands the context of your business, the semantics of your data, so that you can actually start to bring the business directly in to take advantage of everything that was already available in your ecosystem.
So this Databricks IQ relates to both the ETL, the orchestration, the warehousing, and the data science. It sort of touches on all of them.
It can, yes. So what we're doing is taking advantage of Unity Catalog, which now, in addition to cataloging your data, also has understanding of what code has been put into your system. How have you, in your business, queried your data before? What models have been pulled in? Unity Catalog is not just for the data. You can catalog files, you can catalog models. So it understands where all of these are. When you ask a question of Databricks, Unity Catalog can support Databricks IQ in understanding your data and providing a contextually relevant answer to you.
Right. Cool.
All right. So I mentioned it relies on Unity Catalog. This is getting insights based on natural language. And again, taking advantage of Delta. So that automatically optimizing. This is a new capability. Again, I said kind of lowering that bar, lowering the ramp to get onto Databricks and making sure that you can take advantage of all of this. So within the Databricks IQ capabilities is automatic optimization of your data and of the way that your data is used so that you don't have to worry as somebody who maybe was in an infrastructure capacity. How do you need to lay out your data? Specifically, how do you optimize Spark to run on the data? These types of very technical questions are automatically handled as part of Databricks IQ.
Oh.
So that you can have your data rearranged and your usage rearranged so that it takes advantage of all of the scalability of Databricks without having to make manual adjustments.
Okay. That sounds neat.
Yeah. In addition, with generative AI capabilities, again, kind of going up the stack, you then have the ability with Databricks IQ to ask questions and go from text to either a query that's created for you. So as a business user, I can just ask a question, and it will tell me, hey, run this chunk of code, or go directly to a visualization. Show me a chart of my sales in the last 6 months. And it knows what that means. It knows that when I say sales, I mean dollars. Or I mean units.
Can I ask something like,
Please.
What is the best-selling product in this month? Something like that.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And what it would do is based on how you define products, how you've queried for products, and what understanding it has of the context of your business, it would run an appropriate query and provide back some results that say, here's the top 10 or whatever it might be to show you this product, this many units, what have you. And it understands, the last month means 30 days.
Yeah, because what you want to do is not necessarily describe a query using text. You want to ask a semantic question, something like that. And then it's smart enough to understand what SQL query would give you the answer to that question.
Exactly. And the answer to that question varies from business to business. What constitutes a product? Is it
or a
specific
customer
SKU?
or anything?
Exactly. So how do you make sure that you're really getting the right answer for your business? And that's what Databricks IQ is all about, is building the knowledge of your business and how you answer questions, what it means to have a top product in your world versus anybody else. And that model is tuned specific to you, and you own the nuance of your context. That never leaves your environment. So we're very firm on the fact that our customers own their own data, that you have control of the data and models in your environment. So that information doesn't come back to us. It doesn't go to anyone else. That stays in your environment.
Cool.
So I mentioned before kind of automatically optimizing the layout of data based on your usage patterns. We're also optimizing the jobs based on how they've run in the past. so that instead of having to select how many VMs and what type and how long they should run and when to turn them on, we know, because you've done it before, we need to have a certain amount of compute, or we need to be able to provision it in a certain way to optimize for cost or for speed, whatever it is you prefer, and make sure that you're getting the best performance out of your workflows. Those are those constantly running, automated jobs. We want to make sure that those, which are the bulk of most of the processing, are happening as needed in the most efficient way.
Mm-hmm.
Delta Live tables is where we're starting to look at automated data quality. So up to this point, when you talk about governance and data quality and making sure you have trusted data, it's always been, okay, set your expectations. You have to configure every single thing. Where should it be null? Where should it not be null? Should dates always be in the past? Should we allow people to have birthdays more than 120 years ago? Whatever it might be.
Mm-hmm.
Now, with Delta Live tables and Databricks IQ, you have the ability for it to automatically understand what the data should look like and apply rules automatically for you, so that it understands what data quality means. It kind of understands that nuance, and can apply appropriate filters to either quarantine data.
How does this work? Is this a little bit like GitHub Copilot for programmers? Like, I wouldn't expect it to write something for me, but it can tab complete quite a lot. So I imagine here with like data quality, it would be very useful, because a lot of it is just rote work, if it could make suggestions, and then I say, yeah, that looks really reasonable, go. Or is it all automatic in the back? Like, how does it work in practice?
So there are a couple of different ways. With Databricks Assistant, you have that kind of Copilot experience where you can say, write some code that creates a pipeline that does this. Okay, it generates some code, and you say, okay, yeah, that looks good, but change this part.
Right.
And it'll regenerate. You can also have it answer questions about the code that's already there. Like, show me why this is acting in a way I didn't expect. And it will look at the code and try to give you information about it. Or, why did I get this error? And, error handling is one of those fun ones that you get a fun error code and you go, what the heck does that mean? So you want it to be able to give you more information about how you fix it.
Right.
And then you can say, okay, fix it. So it can do that. In this, what we're really looking at is, how does the data look? So if you profile your data and you understand, generally speaking, you only see amounts from 0 to 20 or something like that. If it starts seeing values of -50, it's going to say, this doesn't look right. It's sort of like automated anomaly detection that can say, we think this is not right.
Okay.
So in Delta Live tables, rather than having to enumerate every single rule, it can try to predict what the rules should be.
Okay.
And then you can say, yep, that's what I want.
Okay, but it makes suggestions and says, these dates are probably reasonable and you should stick to those, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
Cool.
So some of the other things that are interesting with the automatic generation, and I don't know that it's actually stated here, but in Databricks IQ and in Unity Catalog, you can have it automatically generate for you descriptions of your data. So as a catalog, one of the hardest things to do is get somebody to populate the data, right?
Yeah.
From a data governance perspective, that's a massive lift.
Yeah. No, I mean, a lot of times it's filled in, but they write something like finance data, and you're like,
great.
Yeah, thanks.
That's helpful.
Yeah.
I'll use that.
Yeah.
What this can do is, based on how the data has come in, so all the lineage that you get,
right,
the naming of the fields, the way that
cool
you've worked
to
with
take
it.
the lineage into account.
Absolutely. So it can actually look at all of that information, all the contextual information it has, and generate a very rich description, not only of the data set as a whole, but each field within your schema, so that you can then, as a data owner, go in and say, yeah, that looks good, or I need to make a couple of adjustments. And then as soon as you accept them, it's available for the rest of the organization to use that to help them find data that's good quality.
I think one of the reasons catalogs haven't been living up to their full potential is precisely because it's like commenting code. I think we're good at it now. We have processes where we make sure that people do comment, but people haven't been using the catalog the way they should, and then it doesn't provide the value that it could. But with like these kinds of tools, it could potentially do that, even though people wouldn't be willing to otherwise. Discoverability, all that kind of stuff.
Exactly. I mean, you say we're good at documentation, but I can't tell you any time I've gone to any developer and said, hey, so how's your documentation coming along? And they didn't just roll their eyes and groan at me. So I feel like generative AI is one of those tools that partially may have been created for us to help us with our own work.
Even with code, though, right? So the coolest
Yeah.
way to write functions is to write a comment that describes the function perfectly, and then get the AI to write the function for you.
Exactly. And with Databricks Assistant, you can do that in our tools as well.
There we go.
Cool. All right, and then finally, Mosaic AI. Based on the Mosaic acquisition, creating, tuning, and serving your own custom LLMs here, and being able to use all of the rich information that's available to you in that. All right. A little bit more about some of those capabilities, because we're known in the industry now for our data management capabilities and our tooling around how we can serve with big data. But really, a lot of what we're doing today has more to do with AI and machine learning. So in addition to our existing capabilities around ML flow, the model registry, ML ops, the more traditional machine learning, or I heard it referred to as classical machine learning. And classical neural
Golden
nets
age.
was a new one that I heard, and I went, oh man, I'm getting old. But in addition to all of that, now we're also doing a tremendous amount with generative AI. Of course, helping our customers to create custom models. Also using quite a wide variety of available LLMs to help with fine-tuning and retrieval augmented generation, which is one of the most efficient ways of leveraging LLMs today. And of course, releasing DBRX, which we're very proud of. Our mixture of experts model that came out is fully open.
Open or?
Open.
Yeah.
Open.
Real open.
Real open. Weight's available, so do take a look. So with all of this, what we see is democratizing data and extending data and AI to everyone in the organization, not just the people who know how to code.
Nice.
Right. We've called that Project Genie. So that's that data and AI for everyone with natural language, being able to use your data and your context.
Awesome.
Cool.
Project Genie.
Yes.
How many wishes do you get?
As many as you can type in the prompts. So from the data intelligence platform, it's truly democratizing data and AI, allowing you to access your information contextually with natural language. It's simple, removes that complexity to operate so that you don't have to be experts in every little button and toggle and lever. And giving you the ability to do custom AI on your own private data. Again, keeping everything within your control and making sure that you're maintaining the privacy that you need to bring this to enterprise.
Yeah. You know, for my own part, in implementing some LLM setups on Databricks, there are some quality of life things that are often underappreciated while you're doing like a POC or hack and slash. Because if you set up your model serving, your RAG, your your little user interface and stuff, you're not thinking about SSL between the components or authentication, authorization, and all that kind of stuff. Maybe you have some kind of portal where you need to log in, but these components don't have any of that in between them. Do you preserve the ownership of the data when you move things around? All that. That stuff is really hard to do on your own. And here, you don't have to care about any of that.
Yep.
I mean, there's pros and cons with being able to do whatever you want with every single component. But sometimes when you just want to get things done, it's like with deep neural networks. People are like, oh, you could actually use this specific model, and it would be much better. I don't care. You can just throw more layers at it, and it figures it out by itself.
Yeah.
This is sort of what Databricks is for me. It's about just getting things done, and everything is there. The governance, like you said, I don't need to argue with compliance and the legal and the stuff because Databricks is approved.
Yeah.
So I think it's quite neat to see all these Gen AI features coming quite quickly.
Yeah, and we have a tremendous suite of tooling that's coming for generative AI between our AI Playground and our RAG Studio, giving you the opportunity to test prompts against multiple models and see which one's going to be the best in your situation.
Right. Yep.
And then check to make sure that the governance can be applied, put in place, retrieval augmentation on a set of, corpus of text that your business says is relevant and curated, so that you really start to get high quality without having to worry about all the nuts and bolts. They're there if you want to use them.
Yeah.
But we're trying to make it easier, so you have a balance.
That makes sense. All right, cool.
Cool. So that's a bit about where we are.
Awesome. Well, there you heard it. I mean, if you want to get started with generative AI and you just want to skip over the POC phase and go into stuff that's ready for production, Databricks has got you covered. Is that right?
Absolutely.
All right, awesome. Cool. Thanks, everybody. Thanks for listening, and thank you so much for presenting here.
My pleasure. Thanks so much.
We will see you in the next product review in just a short moment. everyone. Welcome back to another product demonstration, this time from Keboola. Back again this year with something really exciting, I take it.
Yes, I mean, this year we thought instead of doing some slides, we'll actually do a demo just to show you the power of the platform itself.
I love that. You're the first person that will only show a demo.
I have one slide.
One slide?
One slide, yes.
You're forgiven. So introduce yourself.
Yeah, so my name's Tim. I'm one of the solution architects here at Keboola. So I'm helping companies who are new to Keboola to get the most out of it, essentially. So doing everything from demos to POCs and everything in between, essentially.
Okay, awesome.
So hopefully showing something that can maybe give some inspiration to some people out there.
Okay.
Before we do the actual demo, I thought it would be somewhat useful just to give a reminder of the high-level architecture of the platform itself. So Keboola is this API layer that's sitting on top of storage. And this would be a cloud data warehouse like Snowflake, BigQuery, Redshift, Synapse, one of these things. And it provides these isolated Dockerized components for you to work with data. Now, these components could be extractors to pull in data from your data sources, such as CRMs, ERPs, databases, marketing sources. Whatever you need to connect to, you can use one of these components to bring them in. You can then work with our different transformation backends. It could be SQL, Python, R, DBT, no code for the more business users. You can have interactive workspaces to essentially do some code development, data exploration. It's a sandbox for you to really innovate on your data, essentially. You can have out-of-the-box applications to enrich the data sets, which we'll look at a little bit later. We can build data applications with Streamlit that we're hosting and managing for you. MLflow server underneath, so you can actually train ML models within the platform. And lastly, we can use writer components to take the data from the warehouse itself and push it to some sort of destinations. This could be process automation in the source system itself, or it could just be feeding other sort of business systems. And the demo that we wanted to show today would be using a lot of these components, which we'll see in the platform just now.
I already know this is a good platform because you included the Julia language.
Exactly.
All right, let's see it.
And in terms of the actual use case we wanted to run, so this is the exhibition center we're in. It's Chistamassen, I think, if I'm pronouncing it correctly.
Yeah.
And we saw there was quite a lot of reviews. There was around 3,000 reviews on the about the exhibition center. So we thought it would be kind of an interesting idea to scrape those reviews and do some sentiment analysis and keyword extraction and just kind of explore them to see what it's all about. You know, are people happy or sad with the exhibition center or not?
That makes sense.
So this is what the UI of Keboola looks like. This is what the platform is. As I mentioned, it's API first, so the UI is just an abstraction of working with those APIs. You can also work in the CLI if you want to work completely headlessly. So we do accommodate business technologists or business users, as well as the more technical users. We don't want to limit them at all, so they can work programmatically. As we mentioned, we're running various Docker components, and this is something called a flow, where we're taking all of those different building blocks, all those different components, and building some sort of pipeline in a very user-friendly way. So the first thing that we need to do...
Let me ask one thing before you even keep going. I saw a version control thing at the top. Is this a... what is this? Is this not a UML diagram, but like what would we call this? Is it a flow, you said?
Yeah, we call them flows. It's essentially data pipelines. Underneath it, you're just making some sort of JSON configuration that we're going to be version controlling for you.
Okay,
and
cool.
We will be also looking at the version controls as well, just to show you all the different optionalities that we give our customers. So in terms of the actual use case, the first thing we needed to do was actually pull in the raw data. So the first thing we did was run an extractor. We use one of our technology partners called Apify, which is a web scraping company. But when we roll back the version, we'll see all the different other options you have available to you to do the just ingestion of the raw reviews. Once those reviews have landed in the underlying storage layer, which in this case it's Snowflake, and we're deployed in GCP, we could also be deployed in AWS or in Azure itself, and this could be BigQuery SQL instead, but I use Snowflake. I ran a SQL transformation just to clean the data up initially. I only wanted reviews that had some text because that would make sense when we're doing sentiment analysis.
Yeah.
And I want to get rid of all the null values. Once the SQL script finished, I took the clean table, ran it through our GenAI components, which I used OpenAI for it, to do the actual keyword extraction for me, to do the actual sentiment analysis for me. I took the responses from the GenAI components itself, I consolidated them all into a single table, and then I grouped the keywords by the different sentiments. And the last thing that I did was populate some sort of schema to connect to my BI tool, but I also built a data application, which is a Streamlit app that we're hosting and managing. So we can actually interact with the data a little bit more.
Cool.
And if we scroll up a bit, just to see the different optionalities are available, as you pointed out, version control exists in the platforms. This is whatever you're doing will be version controlled. If you're building a pipeline, if you're configuring one of those components, at all times you can always compare with previous versions. You can always roll back to previous versions and just see the raw JSON config that's underneath the UI itself. So I'm just going to roll back to the previous version, just because I already prepared this to show all the different optionalities that are available to you. So I went this approach. You could go, instead of using Apify, you could use the generic extractor to connect to REST APIs. You could use our own Google Places Reviewers extractor. You could even run a Python script if you wanted to pull the data into the warehouse. Instead of using SQL, we could have used no code, Python, DBT, R, or any other language that we would want to have used. Instead of generative AI, we could have used Google NLP. We could have trained our own model to do the analysis for us, or we could just use, Gemini or Llama or a different model completely.
Right.
And lastly, but not least, we could have used any other visualization there. We're completely agnostic. So I used Whaley as one of our other partners. It could have been ThoughtSpot. It could have been Good Data, Looker, Power BI, or whatever it may be. Now, if we quickly click through, let me just quickly revert back so we have a very nice pipeline instead of all the little mess I made. So if we look into how can we work with AI in our pipelines? So I've already prepared a nice data set in this generative AI component. All we're essentially doing is, firstly, we're authenticating. We're using our Open API key. We could choose a completely different service provider. Maybe OpenAI is the best now, but in who knows, 2 months' time, it could be a different one. So we want to have the optionality and not just be locked into one of them. We're doing the keyword extraction and sentiment analysis, and this is actually incredibly easy to do. And before I click into it, we can see it's also version controlled here as well.
Yeah.
If we click into the keyword extraction, all that is required is essentially providing the table that you created from the SQL. I took the top 500 reviews with the most text, because I found that actually had enough text to do all the sentiment analysis for me. I selected the GPT-4 model. We can do some different configurations with the model options themselves. And most importantly is you're providing your prompt there. So we'll be sending API calls with all the different data in the different rows of your table itself. And the components will be spinning back a table into Snowflake for us that we'll use for the subsequent data processing.
Return them as JSON.
Yes, I love JSON. So this is how easy it is to actually start working with AI in your pipelines themselves in Keboola. We try to make it as user-friendly as possible so that the advanced people can do maybe cooler things, but the business users can also interact with it, right? And if we look at the end results of this pipeline itself, so I'm just going to scroll all the way back to the top. This pipeline, I decided to automate as well. So at the top here, I said I want this to run every day at 5 a.m. Maybe it would make sense to run it on a weekly basis or hourly basis, whatever it is. You can choose the frequency. And the platform will execute it in that exact order. And the first thing we're going to look at is the end result. So what did we actually find out from the reviews? So if I go to the dashboard itself, this is kind of what we looked at. Lots of numbers. I'm maybe not a BI developer. But out of the 2,918 reviews, only around 1,000 actually had text in them. The average rating was like 4.18. The average reviews that a reviewer actually left was around 80 or 76.8. So it's not like spam accounts leaving reviews.
Right.
No one ever received a response, which is interesting. We took the top 500 reviews to actually analyze themselves because they actually had text that was sufficient. This was the overall sentiment score. So like 1 being, I love it, -1 being, I completely hate it. So pretty positive.
Yeah.
We found around 11 anomalies where these people left either a really high score or a very low score, but the sentiment score that was associated to it was pretty negative. So all these people left 5-star reviews, but they either had neutral sentiment or negative sentiment.
Oh.
So if we actually click into one of these, for example, this one, to see what their actual review was, I don't know if it's showing on the screen, it's a bit cut off. It was a surreal feeling to be vaccinated in a giant hall as if I was a lab mouse.
Yeah, okay.
Which is an interesting...
That makes sense.
Which is an interesting 5-star review, right?
Yep.
So those were what we would call anomalies in the data set themselves. We can also see the top 5 keywords that came up, vaccination, because I believe there was a vaccination center.
Yep.
The average sentiment score, how many times it came up in the reviews. And then I just thought it would be interesting to see who were kind of like the review influencers.
Yeah. What does this mean? That these people do a lot of reviews?
Yeah.
Okay.
These people do a lot of reviews. Maybe they have a lot of followers on Google Maps.
And this guy's always angry when he makes his reviews.
So this was the sentiment score of the review he left
okay.
for this exhibition center.
Yeah.
But this is just how many reviews he's actually written.
Right.
So maybe you want to pay special attention to these people to respond in a
well, okay, so the cool thing to do, this is for your next version
for
here,
the next demo.
is to figure out what the average review of these people is in general, and then sort of normalize for that to see if they were extra angry when they were here, extra happy.
Yeah, true. I mean, if the exhibition center wants to reach out to us, we can definitely build that.
I think so. You heard it.
And this was in terms of if you wanted to automate a dashboard, right? Which you can do within the platform, as we can see. But all we're doing is just consuming the data. We're not really working with it too much.
Right.
And this is where Streamlit comes in. So if we go back to our actual pipeline, we saw that there's two outcomes to the actual data preparation or the data pipeline that we built.
Right.
One is...
Wait, what were you just showing it in now?
I was in a tool called Whaley. It's a BI tool.
Okay, Whaley.
Yeah, it's one of our partners.
Okay.
It could be the Power BI or
right.
lookalike.
And where is the data hosted? These results, are they hosted in Whaley? Or?
It's in Snowflake, so it's just querying
It's in
the
Snowflake
database.
and Whaley's pointing at it.
So it's in Snowflake that's sitting underneath Keboola, essentially.
Okay.
That we're just providing or that we're just
right. Yeah,
managing
you
for
see
them.
it. Snowflake and Whaley.
And the alternative to a dashboard would be to build a data app, one of those Streamlit apps that we're hosting and managing for you. So this is what our Streamlit app looks like. I called it Review Explorer. Maybe there's a cooler name out there. So we have a nice slider here so we can slide between the sentiment scores. We have all the 500 reviews here. We can see the distribution of the sentiment scores. So they were pretty positive, to be fair. Like, I think a lot of people actually...
This is Sweden.
Fine?
This is Sweden. Because it can't be perfect. It has to be just a little bit...
There's always something to improve.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
True. Okay, so that's actually interesting. So it'll be somewhat interesting to also see in different countries where does the curve actually lie.
Right.
We can also see the keywords that came up. So something that could be interesting is we can actually come to the top here and we can actually say we want to see all the reviews that have negative sentiment and see how the keyword changes.
Vaccine.
Long queues, pay, go home is interesting, one. And we can even go all the way to the negative or all the way to the positive to see how the different reviews come up.
Yeah.
But this is still consuming data. We're not really interacting with it too much. So what we can do and what we actually built is we can select any one of these reviews. So let's take this one, for example. And we can now scroll down and we can now get Gemini to respond to the review for us. So we'll ask Gemini to respond as if they were the owner of the event space itself. And we can at least check to see if the response is something that is acceptable that we would want to, pass along. So, okay, it gives quite a long response.
Oh, but you should add a context so that it can be really snarky when it replies back.
To be fair, I actually discovered something. So I found this really interesting review where it was completely neutral, and I really want to show it, by this guy called Andreas. So this had a very interesting review. He got the vaccination, so he's happy, but Sweden gave a penalty to Slovakia in the European Football Championships. So it's completely neutral.
Yeah.
And I was curious, will Gemini be cheeky when it responds or not? So we can actually see if it does.
During the exciting European Championship, we're happy everything went smoothly with your vaccination, and I hope you enjoyed the rest of the match.
Oh, that's pretty cheeky.
That's so nice.
And so now we're interacting with data, but we haven't really taken any actions. So what we can do is say, I want to upload this to Keboola, which is going to essentially save this as a table in Snowflake. And now we have a different flow that's within Keboola, where instead of it being based on a frequency, it's based on a triggered event. So this is running. It's going to create an import event to a new table. And I have this flow set up. We can see it's been uploaded. So there's a new...
So this is a new flow. Because the table that this ends up in is not related to the one that you just showed. You've made a separate
completely different one. So this could mean that we're pushing it back into Google Maps to auto-respond for us or to do whatever we would want it to do. I just decided to bring this into some sort of Google Sheet, and we can see that this is being executed based on the event of a single table, which is this review responses, which is receiving an import event. If we go to the Jobs tab here, we can see that a new job was just triggered and it's being processed. So now it's going to be populating into my Google Sheet. But you could imagine this would actually be populating into some sort of the Google Maps or the review space for the specific use case. So the whole idea is give business experts access to the data in a governed, monitored way. Allow them to execute business logic. Allow them to execute the business logic themselves based on whatever segmentation that they're doing in the application. And you can build it so whatever you would want it to do afterwards, it would be executed by the platform automatically and triggered, which is pretty amazing. So it's just a different way to interact with data and allow people to self-serve, somewhat, so to call it.
That is awesome. I thought this was a pretty slick demo.
Yeah, well, I hope so. And the cherry on top is because we're a managed data platform and we take care of a lot of the infrastructure and everything behind it, it means the speed to delivery for use cases is incredibly quick.
Yeah.
How long do you think it would take to build this out? Just have a guess.
I mean, you mean in Keboola?
Well, in general, let's say.
I don't know. I feel like to do that exact thing, at least the whole day.
Around an hour within the platform itself.
Yeah.
And this is the whole amazing thing that instead of focusing on the top 20 use cases that bring the most value, and you've built the architecture that you need to manage and monitor and operate yourself, and you literally don't have time to accomplish those very low-value use cases. This now gives you time back to your engineers, back to your users, to start innovating on data and accomplishing those long-tail use cases.
Just scraping the web for me, I would have to look up how you do that soup stuff in Python. I don't even remember that. That would take me an hour, just that.
True. I mean, I did the lazy version. I used one of our partners.
But that's the point.
I could have used Python.
Why would I do that when there's a component that does it for me?
Exactly. And since these are all Dockerized components, you can independently build your own custom component to do whatever you'd want it to do. So if you're missing extractors to pull data into your data warehouse, you can independently go to our developer portal and build your own custom components. It's just a Dockerized image.
Does this need Kubernetes underneath?
Yeah, it's running in Kubernetes, but we're taking care of that for you. You're just building some sort of Docker image in the developer portal.
What if you have your own Kubernetes? Can you use that, or do you have to use this separate one that's specifically for this?
So we deploy in multi-tenant as well as single tenant. So we can deploy in a customer's VPC, usually for regulatory requirements, and we can also host and manage a separate VPC as well for them if they want.
What's the easiest way for people to test Keboola if they want to try it out themselves?
The easiest way is we actually have a freemium account, so you can go to the website and try Keboola today. You'll get Keboola in Azure with Snowflake that we're provisioning.
Like
you
a
get
SaaS.
2 hours, SaaS. It's completely free. You get 2 hours of processing for the first month, and then every month you get an hour for free. So you can actually run your own personal use cases in the platform, which I do. I decided to connect to Strava recently. It's like a running application for my friend. I don't run, as you might tell. So I decided to pull in her data, and I connected to an API, weather API, to pull in weather data, and then I augmented it to see in rain conditions or in this certain temperature you're performing the best, and this is where you perform the worst, which is something that you can do and can run completely for free, which is amazing. But just imagine what you can do this in a company itself.
And make money.
Well, that's the whole point, right? Get a competitive advantage. You're able to accomplish more use cases, so you get a slight edge.
Great. I'm super happy I got a chance to see this. Thanks for coming back this year. I hope you guys thought this demo was neat and learned that you can get started with Keboola easily. Thanks for joining us. I'm going to be back in just a minute with my closing thoughts, and then we'll hear closing thoughts on the main stage. Thanks for joining us, and thanks for the demo.
No worries.
I'm back, and soon I will be gone for a short while until we are at NDSML, if you join us there, or DIS next year. We're also having a DIS EMEA and many other events. But this is where we wrap up Data Innovation Summit 2024, Data Innovation Summit 9. The next one that's coming up, I like to think of it as Data Innovation X, 10 years in the making. This has been a pretty intense event. I was trying to think of a clever way to joke about the fact that generative AI and LLMs are a new hot thing, but it goes without saying. I just really don't think we can go back on that. And it's a real tipping point we are at now where, it's like before and after the internet. It's going to be the same thing with AI. It's going to be before and after, and it's going to be hard to remember what it was like before. One thing I didn't hear as much about as I thought I would in these panel discussions and at the event in general are agents. But it's quite clear to me that we will be able to automate a lot of tasks with LLMs. And maybe it's because of the AI ethicists that they don't want them to do things without oversight. But it's quite clear to me that my personal LLM that answers my friends on Telegram and stuff could be talking to other LLMs, and they could be arranging stuff, hangouts and whatnot. You might not want to do that for your personal life, but for your job stuff, why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you want your LLM to be answering your emails for you, going to meetings for you, doing all the boring stuff while you do stuff that actually matters? I think we're going to be headed in that direction. Maybe we don't trust the machines right now because they're about as smart as a 13-year-old or a 15-year-old. But I'm absolutely sure that within the coming year, we'll get something that's more akin to an 18-year-old, meaning you can trust them to do some pretty serious things. I made a prediction on LinkedIn about 4 months ago, maybe, that in the coming year, we would see strong evidence of sentience in AI. We just got some statements from biologists with regards to the sentience levels of various animals. And I think people can be preoccupied as much as they want about whether we're anthropomorphizing things too much or too little. But people have been doing that with their cars their whole time. I mean, who doesn't go out and pet their beautiful car, gives them a name, says she's very angry today or very happy today? I don't think it's a problem that we anthropomorphize the LLMs or that we think they're behaving a certain way or not. The question is more, are we able to live up to our own standards? And then, to that effect, I really agree with Giovanni that AI ethics is not really about AI ethics. It's about humans behaving better and being held accountable by these machines. So maybe if there's an upside to AI ethics is that we will start holding ourselves accountable to things. I wonder what the topic will be for next year. I feel like it's very easy to predict 5 years into the future or 10 years into the future and say for certain this will absolutely happen because of these trends. But it's really hard to know 6 or 12 months out. And that's pretty inspiring. I'm excited. Hope you are too. Hope you had fun in these sessions. And I'll be seeing you a year from now at Data Innovation Summit X. Over and out.